Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Today is May 11th and it's 1 p.m. This is our regular Board of County Commission meeting. At this time, I'm going to ask Pastor Ray Cortez to do the invocation. Ray is married to Diane and they have 4 children and 10 grandchildren. All boys except for one, right, Ray? And I finally got that girl. And he's the founding pastor, 1983, of Seven Rivers Church in Lecanto. He's a native of Miami, Florida, and a 1983 graduate of Westminster Theological Seminary in Philadelphia, PA. And then after Pastor Cortez does the invocation, retired sergeant of the NYPD, Harry Nicolino, will be giving the Pledge of Allegiance with us, leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. He's the board of directors of the Metacrest Association also. So thank you, gentlemen. If you're willing and able to stand, please do so and join us.
So thank you to the chair for the invitation to give the to give the prayer. I want to say before I begin that civic prayers sometimes are, let's admit it, sort of perfunctory. Pray before football games, probably pray at the Citrus County Speedway, I don't know, before whatever. And people don't have a high expectation, but I sort of want to tempt everyone in the room to believe that there is a God and asking his help is a really good idea. Some of the issues we're challenged with today. So let's do that. I invite you to do that with me. Heavenly Father, we turn to you because you are wise and we are not. You're powerful and we are not, and you're omniscient and we certainly are not. We pray for our county commission and the business they have before them. They face many challenges, our community, road widening, road paving, animal shelters, Baker Act facilities, growth management, and we're only scratching the surface. So Lord, this commission is tasked with really important matters. So would you grant them wisdom? Would you grant them progress in this age of political harshness and polarization? Would you grant them unity and forbearance for each other and their differing personalities and opinions? And would you give them joy in this calling, even if their constituents are less than happy with their positions and their votes? Give them joy. They're serving the community. So, Father, every person in this room wants this community to flourish, and that's our prayer. Would you lift up your face and give your blessing to Citrus County, we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Sergeant?
Thank you. If everyone could put their hand over their heart, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I see we have the clerk of court here. Maybe she would like to call roll call for us, please.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners, this 11th day of May, 2023. In attendance, Chair Ruthie Schleba, First Vice Chair Holly Davis, Second Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Diana Finnegan, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Board, we're on A4. I'm looking for approval of agenda. Mr. Howard, do we have any additional items or deletions?
We do. Additional items, L3, county contracting with PaveRight, Inc. H2, update on new building permit software. N4, public sector community development and regulation. Additional information, H1, 1:30 p.m. presentation, TDC tourism economic fact sheet. T number 1, 5:01 p.m. public hearing, Wilburn for Sweetwater Homes. T1, 5:01 p.m. public hearing, Wilburn for Sweetwater Homes Part 2. Also, there's an item to be pulled, B8, pull item PLT 23-09, Hannah Van Arnsdale subdivision per applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, what is your pleasure?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the last thing was to be pulled. What number?
It was
B8.
B number 8.
Thank you.
Bravo, B8.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm looking for approval of the agenda with the additional items
Move
and
approval?
Second.
the deletion. I've got an approval by Commissioner Bays, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any other further board comment? All in to the public? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Consent. I'm looking for approval of the consent agenda. Would you like to take it in its entirety or one at a time?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. That will be B1 through B10. So I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan. Second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board comment? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you. C, proclamations, awards, and presentations.
Motion to approve C1?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. If you can join me down front for the International Internal Audit Month.
That's why.
Would those individuals representing International Internal Audit Month please come forward? Whereas internal auditing is a vital part of strengthening organizations and protecting stakeholders of both the public and private sectors. Whereas internal auditing helps identify and manage the organization's risks and ensure policies, procedures, and controls are in place and working appropriately. Whereas internal auditing is an increasingly sophisticated and complex activity requiring specialized knowledge, training, and education. Whereas internal auditing is an established profession with globally recognized code of ethics and international standards for the professional practice of internal auditing. Whereas the Institute of Internal Auditors is the internal audit profession's most widely recognized advocate, educator, and provider of standards, guidance, and certifications. Whereas historically, the global internal audit profession promotes awareness about its value during the month of May each year. Whereas the contribution of internal auditors to the success of organizations and the global economy at large deserves our recognition and commendations. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, proclaims the month of May as International Internal Audit Awareness Month. Further, we hereby extend greetings and best wishes to all observing International Internal Audit Awareness Month and invite the citizens of Citrus County, Florida, to join us in recognizing professional internal auditors for their contribution. Executed this 11th day of May, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, for this proclamation. We greatly appreciate it and your support through the years for the services provided by the Internal Audit Department. It's not always a popular duty, constitutional duty that the clerk is required to do and statutorily, but it is one that we know serves the citizens well in Citrus County, and we thank you very much.
Yes, back to work.
Thank you. We have one time certain at 1:30. So I'm going to go ahead and open it to the public right now. I ask that if you step forward, please fill out a green card, hand it to the clerk. You'll have 3 minutes to speak unless you have a letter on file. You get 5. All comments are directed to the chairman. Please state your name and your address for the record. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Commissioners, I'm here on behalf of the Citrus County Hospital Board. I will be speaking again personally on a different matter for 3 minutes. Right now, it's 5.
Thank you.
I want to tell you that we've met with Hernando County, with Attorney Lynn on the Baker Act facility, and it's going very well. I was very, very happy with the initial engagement provided by Attorney Lynn and her leadership. I can tell you a couple things. I think we might have underestimated the value. I know Attorney Lynn is working to be able to establish an initial cost for the Baker Act facility, and she's engaging with staff, and she'll let us know what that may or may not be as soon as she knows. I'm sure she's overwhelmed with the responsibilities to do that. I did confirm with Representative Masulo's office that the government right now has allocated and approved in its state budget $2 million towards the contribution for the construction of the county-owned Baker Act facility. Today, we had an article in the newspaper. Let me just say this. First of all, I don't get the newspaper, but I had an occasion for someone to send it to me. I don't think that I appreciate the contributions that Mr. Cherry has made here. They stand as a testament to his commitment to mental health. I don't believe that will slow the progress of what we're doing. I'm confident that Attorney Lynn and the commission will be able to provide their leadership, as the hospital board is not going to partake in any selection that you choose for the vendors that help our community with mental health. So having said that, I wanted to make sure you know that we are meeting well. Ms. Anderson, Attorney Lynn, and Ms. Antrim and I have already exchanged multiple emails, iterations of an MOU, proposed MOU. We have a lot more work to do, but we're doing it. So I wanted to make sure you know that, and that we have a meeting on May 22nd where I'll share this. The hospital board has this information as well, but I did want to make sure that that's shared. I have to tell you, when I addressed the issue of the cost, I only suggest to you that we may have underestimated, only because this began 5 years ago. And so I don't know yet. It's my opinion that we'll be able to find financing for this. When I say financing, I don't mean borrowing of money, but be able to find the resources to make sure that our county has a Baker Act facility to serve its citizens. So that concludes my comments as for the hospital board. But Madam Chairman, I will be standing again personally, professionally to speak again, but for 3 minutes at that time.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, my pleasure.
Next speaker, please.
Sabrina Watson, LeCanto, speaking for the Exceptional Life Project. I'll take 5 minutes, please. First of all, let me state that I come here in peace. I'm not trying to create controversy, and I am not here to speak anything but truth. I would like to start with reading from the Constitution, like I have done many times before. The First Amendment of the United States of America states that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Freedom of speech is the foundation on which all other First Amendment freedoms are based. Without it, the other freedoms could not exist. The purpose of free speech is to protect the minority, often unpopular viewpoint from being overpowered by the majority or by the government. I'd like to mention a couple of important cases for those that don't study this kind of thing. By the way, I do. 1969, Bradenburg versus Ohio. Even offensive speech is protected. 1964, New York Times versus Sullivan. The importance of a fearless press. 1971, Cohen versus California, the freedom to choose your words. As I have done previously, I will remind this board that all elected officials are trust indentured servants that serve by the will of the people. Now that oath contains the words, I will support, protect, and defend. In case no one knows what that means, it means that you, as an elected official, are bound by your oath to protect the rights and liberties granted to me by the Creator of the universe and the Constitution. As one of the people, I have not only the right, but a duty to bring to light anything that I feel is a violation of any elected official's oath of office or even possibly the law. Over the last 2 years, I have exposed or been part of exposing or published for the public a Citrus County lobbyist getting paid on both sides of the deal, by the way, whose contract is up in July and should not be renewed. Backdoor meetings involving Mr. Kennard and Livestream, lies to Hernando County commissioners, the pollution being dumped into every waterway in Citrus County by this very board, and receiving money for doing it from the Fish and Wildlife Commission, the Florida Free Kill Law, Rhino Republican clubs, just to name a few. At the last Board of County Commissioner meeting, I had to rebut the statement made by a commissioner regarding my tale of fiction. And here I am again needing to rebut the statement that I repeat lies. I never speak fiction, falsehood, or lies. In fact, I simply publish video or print that I have obtained from a public or verified source, just like the one that I recently brought into the public view, obtained from a public record. The public record is a letter dated March 27, 2023, signed by two of Diana Finnegan's neighbors, a Henry P. Brooks and a John Head. I don't have time to go into the details of that letter, but for those of you who would like to take a look, that letter can be found on pages 410 through 415 of the agenda packet, Board of County Commissioners regular meeting dated April 25, 2023, which begins, and I quote, "In conversation, Mrs. Finnegan said she would place on paper a guarantee that if they, the Finnegans, got their gate and a newly constructed turnaround was placed on the Brooks side of their gate, that she and her husband would agree to remove the currently requested turnaround and resod my property if and when Mr. John Head and I got our proposed gate at the southernmost concrete block wall location. She was further quoted as saying, I will be able to vote on that gate placement and I would be in favor of yours and Mr. Head's gate as it would negate the need for our gate." Now the audience can go read the whole thing in its entirety and may draw their own conclusion. I drew my own conclusions and I exercised my First Amendment right to free speech and redress, which was in fact simply repeating the words found in a public document available to the public. I am a woman of honor. I am a woman of integrity. I speak truth. Truth cannot be silenced. I stand before you asking that if anything I have said has proven false, to bring that evidence forward. If the evidence is not brought forth, you are acquiescing, and by that, what I am saying is truth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Dr. Paul Reinhardt. I not only graduated medical school with an MD degree, but a lot of people don't know I'm a registered law student in the state of California. And I want to remind everybody of the Black's Law Dictionary definition of obstruction of justice. That's impeding or obstructing those who seek justice from those who have duties or powers of administrating justice. And Black's Law Dictionary gives a case, People versus Ormsby. I was at the Lawton Child's Law Library at UF doing some researching when my phone blew up with people asking me about how they can file a bar complaint. And I want everybody to know out there, you go to floridabar.org and you Google it if you have to, and you download a uniform bar complaint. Now, Preamble Rule 3-1.1, it says that privilege to practice. A license to practice law confers no vested right to the holder thereof, but is a conditional privilege that is revocable for cause. A lawyer's responsibility says a lawyer is an officer of the legal system and a public citizen having special responsibility for the quality of justice. I'm reviewing the rules of professional conduct and bar canons for certain judges. I'm reviewing because I'm filing a bar complaint against a bar member besides seeking remedies at law and equity. Last time I complained and did a bar complaint, it proved very fruitful because a lawyer was caught. I had to go down to the Tampa office of the Florida Bar at the airport and provide evidence, and that attorney was busted for robbing the interest on trust accounts and robbing the Florida Bar and our judicial system. Just like judicial complaints, to the JQC, Judicial Qualifications Commission. Bar reprimands can be sought for mental incompetency due to factors like age-related mental condition, causing one to interfere with the administration of justice. Again, besides floridabar.org, a great reference book I use often is the Florida Rules of Court by West Publishing. As you can see, it's worn out. That's how much I've used it. I bought that when it was new. It has a great section about reprimand procedures besides the responsibility of being a member of Florida's integrated bar under the Florida Supreme Court with rules regulating the Florida bar and its attorneys. And it really goes, it's nice. It has a tab so you could look in the back on when an attorney is doing wrong, what they're doing wrong, what remedies you should seek. Besides that, I also wanted to let you know, because the session is over, I have 3 appointments with state representatives, naturally not anywhere around here. I have to seek the remedies from outside representatives regarding our tourist bed tax, and I will see what I get, and I will come back and report on the proper administration of the tourist bed tax and what it can be used for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Doug.
Good morning, Brad Benson. I'm from Hernando County, coming up to address you all today. First, some of you may have seen the hubbub that's going on with our school district down there, and I'd like to give you all a warning. If John Stratton, the superintendent down there, comes looking for a job up here, you don't want the guy. Now, as part of that, we saw what a terrible condition our schools are in when all the union representatives showed up and talked about teaching proper history and misgendering the kids, and nothing about teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic. And I realized that we have a problem, but it seems that the problem's been going on for a long time, and it's now they've been dumbing people down for 40 years, and it's reached all the way into the legal system. And we have lawyers out there that can't write a simple letter. And I don't know, Ms. Finnegan, where you got your lawyer, but you must have got him from Lawyers R Us. These are 2 of the worst letters ever written. If you don't need help writing letters, you can hire me. And
Sir, please address me.
well, he's talking to me.
No,
so-
you were addressing Commissioner Finnegan.
I
Please
am.
me.
Okay. These letters are terrible.
Sir,
They're not legally viable.
I got you.
Okay.
Look at me.
Okay.
Leave her alone.
And I'm not attacking her.
No, I just want, this
And
is the way,
finally,
these are
I
the
have
rules.
written a letter that I will present to you guys that y'all can use if you want to send that kind of warning. I'm not a lawyer, but I do know a little bit about grammar. My mother was an English teacher, and I respect the teaching in general, teachers in general, but they don't teach school anymore, and you can see that. These are very obvious errors, and I hope that in the future, when any lawyer sends something out on your behalf or anybody's behalf, that you all proofread it. Terrible. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir, and thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is William Grant, and for the record, my office is across the street at Lawyers R Us at 123 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida. I'm here on behalf of Commissioner Finnegan. I'm astounded, and I am the author of the cease and desist letter of the folks that have now come up here and tried to attempt to do to me exactly what they're attempting to do to other politicians in our community. The truth is the truth, whether they think that they can cover themselves in the guise of a third-party letter that they did not bother to verify does not change the fact that truth is truth. Now, truth is power. Truth is power because no matter what you say or do, if you publish a statement that's not true, you can be held accountable. That's why we have courts here. But I'm astounded when I hear things about offensive speech. This is not offensive. Do not equate offensive speech with an untruth. That is the only defense to defamation and libel. And so I want to make really clear that that's what I intend to do if my client tells me to do so. I'm not into the issue. I'm understanding political speech. It happens that I'm former chairman of the party. I've engaged in political speech, and I know the difference between political speech. My neighbors, an American patriot, whether they're a Democrat or an independent, are still an American patriot like every Republican. They are my neighbors and they are my friends. I pretend not to persuade them, but I try to convince them with rational and reasonable thought. I'm sorry if I got my comma wrong, but the truth won't change the comments contained. If they don't retract, it's my opinion something else will occur. And I'm here because my client has directed me to be so. Not supervisor elections or other people who have been at the end of a stick that seem to be the difference between knowing the truth and a falsehood. This is why when we have a dispute, we don't grab a shotgun out of our closet, but we go to the courthouse and we discern where a verdict will tell you what the truth is or is not. I'm not known for being the nicest person in the world, but I see the world with great clarity. There is right and there is wrong, there is truth and there is fact. And those things are immovable. Just like my faith in Christ, I know because I live it. People talk about their legal education every day for 10 or 12 hours. I do it. I have to deal with Attorney Lynn, a professional who makes sure that we do certain things. My other professional colleagues. I have no fear of the truth. Have a great day and a nice weekend, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Five. You've been getting an earful today, so I'm going to be brief, or try to be. I got 4 items. 1, I'm interested in knowing whether or not you people have decided to increase the fines for people who continuously violate building codes on the sites. That's I brought up last time I was here. Number 2, I'm curious to know whether or not you have made any decisions on whether or not you were going to allow housing projects to be built with dirt roads like the rest of the country is doing. And number 3, I don't know what, well, we'll skip 3 and go to 4. I'm curious to know what it's costing the taxpayers of Citrus County for the illegals being sent into our community for hospitals, for education, because special teachers needed to be hired to teach these kids, and the impact that it's having on the food banks where these people get their food, and whether or not you people would be, wow, I'm doing good. Whether or not you people even know, because I've been told by so many different people in the community and in Tallahassee that we don't know. It's too hard to find out. And what was the last one? We don't have time. That was the last one. And number 4, actually, I'll touch on it. I'm expecting a report on $53 million stormwater thing that I've been trying to get. And I really think you should be called outnumbered right now, I think. Anyways, have a nice day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Diane Liptak, Hernando County. I'm going to be very short and brief today. This is regarding my concerns about the live stream facility. But I did want to say thank you about the animal shelter before I get going. I am concerned that unless the new facility does indeed have a committed child psychologist and more than the 10 beds that you're looking at, considering we do Baker Act more than 400 or about 450 kids a year in this county alone, and you're doing this in conjunction with Hernando, 10 beds sounds ridiculous. And that the laws regarding who may be Baker Acted, for what, under what circumstances, become much stricter. much stricter, because right now anybody can be Baker Acted for almost any reason by almost anybody. And once they go into the system, my understanding is that the 72-hour restriction has been altered so that if they change facilities, they can keep starting it over and over and over. But as to minors, we need to know that what may be done without parental advisement in advance of any action taken against a minor related to Baker acting by school officials, detectives, or administrators of the sheriff's department, or any other legal agency or entity, or your neighbors who might just have a beef with you. It has to be stricter laws regarding that before we submit our children to this sort of containment. And what remedies, we also need to know what remedies will be available to family members or legal guardians of any child who is Baker acted. Until or unless such language is added to correcting current law, I request that you reconsider contracting with LifeStream for a Baker Act facility, or any other company for that matter, because this is that slippery slope I talked about earlier. Once you get started on this, it becomes very dangerous indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Tim Gilbert again. Couple questions. I am a often critic of debate, right? Not debate, I encourage debate, right? I'm often a critic and verbally. I guess I'm confused. If I publicly say that any commissioner up here has said something or done something, are you guys planning on suing me? And my next question would be, was that attorney retained for commissioners or a private citizen? And that's my biggest question, I guess. I don't know what that was all about, but I don't like the fact that a commissioner says, here's my private attorney. I believe we have an attorney. Her name's Ms. Lindman, and she does a great job. You're welcome. I want to smile a little bit, I'm just saying. That is my only question. I fear we shut down any kind of debate when we do this. Whether we agree or disagree, we can do it civilly. We can. If you don't like something, talk about it. That's about it. I want us to be careful in this situation. One of my things that I constantly champion for is for young people to get up here, speak, email you all, talk to their local council people. And the second this hits wind that, if you're in opposition and you hound about it and you keep on about it, you're going to get a lawyer thrown at you. I don't have a lawyer on retainer right now, and I don't want to. So if that's the route we're going to keep moving, though, we can honestly say that there's not going to be more communication moving forward, peaceful or not peaceful. And I'm not saying any person's right or wrong in here, but what I'm saying is I don't think that was the route to go. And I think that was a bad image to give to the rest of us who disagree sometimes, but we don't mean ill will. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other speakers at this time? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close, open to the public. Commissioners? I do want to say before, if any of you want anything to say, I appreciate all of you coming. I appreciate your opinions. I might not agree with you, but I do appreciate the fact that you are here, you're engaged in the community, and you are concerned. So thank you for that. I wish more citizens would come, even when I don't agree with them. I still wish they would come. Anybody like to say anything? Commissioner Kennard.
Sure. First of all, I would like to thank our attorney, Ms. Lynn, as well as Bill Grant and the folks from LifeStream and Hernando County for aggressively working to put together an MOU and get this facility moving along. The folks that come up here and disagree with Baker acting and Baker Act laws and all of that kind of stuff, I appreciate their passion for it, but having a facility here in the county where folks that fall into that type of system, where they can stay here in the county, they can stay local, and are not being sent out of the county to different facilities. That's what we're talking about, is trying to keep those people here. If they want to change the laws on Baker acting and so forth, then that's for a different board to discuss that. we're not going to be making any changes to the Baker Act laws and who can Baker Act and who can't, so forth. So anyway, I appreciate Mr. Grant and the hospital board. As he mentioned, I too think that the number for the construction of the facility is grossly underestimated. I appreciate where we've gotten so far. We do have a ways to go. It was brought to my attention that the rehab hospital that's currently under construction out in Lecanto, that they initially went into that project expecting about a $15 million project. By the time that it's done, they'll be at just short of $30 million into the building. 40,000 square feet, 36 beds. So right now, if this board were to approve or to agree with $4 million from the hospital and $2 million from us, $2 million from Hernando County, $2 million from the state, we're going to end up at $10 million, which is well short of being able to construct much of anything for a mental health care facility. So I appreciate him recognizing that, and we're continuing to move forward. And let's see, increased fine for code enforcement. I don't know what that was all about, but certainly interested in finding out. And the talk about squashing disagreement, I think is a bit misguided. Disagreement is fine. We disagree with each other up here at times on different issues. Certainly, folks in the public are going to disagree with decisions we made. Disagreement is one thing. Slandering an individual is something different. And that slanderous comments can and should be punished. There should be punishment to that. We can have respectful disagreement and both move forward, hopefully in a productive manner. But if there are slanderous comments being made, then they can and should be punished. That's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
Well, mine's going to be short because it's what he said. Yes, I did say that. Ditto. Less words, more meaning. The only thing I would say is that to try to follow up on all of Frank Papson's list, and I don't know if you heard that because you were out of the room.
I did.
Okay.
We took notes of that too, staff did.
Okay, so I think this needs to be referred to staff to answer, but do we already have something for frequent flyers on code violations?
I think there's room for improvement. I know that. I know staff has got some suggestions on those with discussions I've had, but there's definitely room for improvement.
I believe Commissioner Kennard did not recognize that because I think it was just the last meeting.
Yeah.
Was it? Yes. We don't move quite that fast, Frank, but I love your optimism. So it is on the radar, and that's something that we'll be working on. I'm certain if we have any issues with doing housing developments with dirt roads, they're looking at that as well. And so sorry about the quote unquote influx of illegals. I got nothing for you, but I did want to recognize the questions. Stay tuned on the first two. I'm it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan, anything?
I was just going to address Mr. Papson with your 4. Also, it sounds like Commissioner Davis did a good job on the first 2. The third, illegals in our community, I wasn't aware that's a problem. So if you know something, let me know. And $53 million in stormwater that you're working on, I don't know what you're working on. So those are right. So maybe what you're talking about, we're collecting. We're definitely not collecting 53 million, but you're not allowed to talk back. But if you have more information, I would suggest that you could maybe email all of us and let us know a little more precisely, and we can help you get some answers.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we have a time certain. It is 1:39. And board, I was remiss. I see Colonel Vitt. She's kind of hidden back there, but if we could, after the time certain, move Colonel Vitt to the top of regular business. Would you all be okay with that? So she can get out there and
Yes,
protect
Chair.
and serve. Okay, so at this time we have H1 presentation by TJ Fletcher, Madden Media, and John Pricher, Tourist Development Council.
Afternoon. John Pricher. To clarify, my part of I'll be the first part, then TJ, who is our account director for our agency of record, will walk you through the results of many of our campaigns.
Thank you.
Okay. I was looking for one other of our staff so I can make sure I can recognize them. She was having first time to the building, so they're all here. So with us here today, Terry Natwick, Christina Lamb, Kelly Miller, and Alyssa Hopelt, who are invaluable to the success of our office. They are the ones that are doing the day-to-day grind of showcasing what a lovely county we have, and I'm lucky to have all of them with us every day. So, this is we'll start with the simple part. So Doug's going to run the scroll for me. I know you're in the middle. Okay, so go to the first three. Yep. Okay, so how it works. This is free to the citizens. All the work that we do doesn't cost them anything unless the example I use is maybe they're having their house tinted because there's termites or something, and they're staying in one of our lodging. Otherwise, this is strictly paid for by people visiting the community. The uses are are governed by the state statute. I'll talk about it a little bit more next slide. And the money is collected by the Department of Revenue for us. They have agreements with the short-term rentals that at times the local collective have had issues in terms of what the tax collectors require of lodging, and some of the vacation rental companies haven't been as willing to give up some of those information, so there's been a struggle. So thankfully, the state collects that money for us because it's sizable in our community, as we have, as you can well imagine, we have many vacation short-term rentals that support our industry. The state statute that governs it is 125-0104. It's heavy reading. I delved into it, and I'm probably just merely dangerous with the knowledge of it, but it does govern everything. And the key sections are the authorized uses, where promotion, which is our department, is the largest doorway to walk through. Infrastructure things are much more narrow, and they're specified, and so that there's a little bit of a line that's already drawn on what you can and can't do in terms of building things. The statute is constantly under attack for expanding of uses. Our industry followed very closely House Bill 7053, which could have essentially eliminated tourist development tax, because it was going to bring up for general election every 6 years the reauthorization that the county commissioners, after the initial vote, had the chances to expand. So I don't know that anybody votes themselves really a tax. So it was very frightening. The only place I know that does it, I think, is Pinellas County with their park system, with the penny for Pinellas that's been reauthorized. But other than that, I don't know that most people, whether they pay it or not, are going to be in for when that word is on the ballot. So every time that a change is successful, it cuts into what the spirit of the law is, which is destination promotion. So the accommodations that are subject to tax are hotels, motels, B&Bs, campgrounds, short-term rentals, and essentially anything that rents itself less than 6 months. Those are the ones and currently our tax is at 5%, which is the most that we can levy because the 6% deals with population and collection, and I don't think we'll ever get to those numbers to be able to levy that, which are communities like Hillsborough and Pinellas. They have the extra percent. There's probably about 15 in the state, and they're all the largest population centers. To give you a breakdown of where the traditional lodging lies, there's 3,062 opportunities between hotels, motels, bed and breakfasts, all the traditional things, not including the short-term rentals. So Crystal River has 55% of the available lodging. Homosassa has 34.5%, Inverness 9%, and Floral City is less than 1% at 0.72.
Beverly Hills?
Unfortunately, not yet.
I just keep trying.
I know, that's great. I think, that I have hotel building, the group that puts together hotels are the best at crunching numbers of anybody I've had to deal with, because if they can't make that budget, they're not going to bring the heavy equipment. So that's why we were very lucky that Dr. Pasai had the foresight to build his property in Inverness, but his group crunched the numbers and found out how they're going to be able to keep the doors open every day. So next slide, Doug, please. So this is a little bit of well, not a little bit, it is definitely a bragging slide of some of the successes we've had since Madden Media has been our agency of record. The key one here is in green, where it says Best in Show. They only give out 3 a year at the governor's conference for each budget category, essentially small, medium, and large. We fall into the medium category, which puts us in there with the bulk of our communities in the state. So that is a huge achievement for us. There's 13 categories that go into that every year. And so, as you can see, the first year we had 2 through Madden, which were the internet advertising and niche marketing, and the website design was through Tempest, which has brought forth our newest version of the website. So we're very proud about that. Each year, as you can see, we've been successful in gaining it. I like to say, I just want to be on the podium. I want to get a medal. And I think that so far we've been achieving that. And that's an important goal, because it shows that the people that review it are not Visit Florida people. They get marketing executives from all over the United States to review these. So it shows that our work is doing what it's supposed to, and is also of a quality that reflects our community. Next one, please. So the extra information I provided you has an update on one of these things. I think it's on the next slide. But these were the last figures I had from our research firm. So $23 million, almost $24 million in sales tax generated by visitors from outside the county. That's gas tax, sales tax, tourist development tax. So the key thing for our local $370 annually is what our residents are not paying because these visitors are coming to our area. So that's roughly $25 a month that they have now freed up that would have to be expended somewhere else. 4,600 jobs in our community. A lot of small businesses. It's besides some of the changes, our guides and our independent business folks. It's we don't have a lot of the big boxes yet, which is good. But so that last figure on there. So every time we have an overnight visitor, they're going to leave approximately $637 in the county. That's a direct impact. So we've been very successful. Next slide, Doug. These are at the time I had to submit this is what we had. So I provided on the back sheet of your additional page has the calendar year 2022 figures for visitation. I have that. What do I do with that? Here it is. So the the total visitors for day trip, let's see, what do we have? Commercial lodging, day trip. Go to the next slide, Doug. I think these two are confusing. So here we go. Here's where we are. And you see in calendar year 21 in bold at the bottom, we had 1,000,005 visitors and change to the area with a direct impact of $255 million. And then the estimated total impact, which is, I prefer the direct number because that means I handed somebody some money. The economic impact gets involved with multipliers and then how it circulates the community, and it's a little confusing because nobody uses the same multiplier. It depends on what industry you're talking to, and it's all different. So, but direct dollars means, like I said, it came out of my wallet and I gave it to somebody. And you can see now for calendar year 22, we are at 1,000,006, almost 1,000,007 at $302 million in direct impact. So in 1 year, $57 million more was brought into the community by visitors. That, as we mentioned earlier about the 637, the value of visitors is the overnight stay, obviously, because the lodging component drives up that direct dollar. Day trippers are important, and you can see we had almost 1 million day trip visitors in 22, but their value is significantly less. Where you can see in 21, it was $30 million is what they left in the community just coming through. So back to the thing.
Mr. Pricher?
Yes, ma'am.
So on this slide, you have
Yes.
overnight 592,000
Yes, ma'am.
people, and that would generate $201 million about?
Yes.
The difference, that's the difference
Yes.
on this little slide?
Yes. No,
Okay.
yes, I'm looking, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's yeah. So there's when you add the three columns across, that matches the numbers at the bottom in terms of our total visitation, and that is based on, that doesn't take into account our vacation rentals. We don't really have we know the value of them. We just don't know how many people are here yet from them. That bit of software is a pricey chunk, and so without the state is not going to chase down those people. They already have the deal. So if we find extra ones, they're not going to go out and enforce that. So that's one reason we haven't moved towards a local collection. It's just there's not enough revenue to support that yet. I'm hopeful that would be great because and when I was in Alachua County, the tax collector did do that, and our accounts went up, but there was enough money to start that operation. To have somebody full-time to go do that, to go chase those accounts.
Mr. Pricher, are
Yes.
you basically saying that you don't know if there's 10 or 2, like 2 in a short-term rental or 10 stacked
I don't,
up?
yeah, no, I don't know.
That's
I
the
know
data point that's missing.
Right, we know the locations. Generally, we know that it's about $240 a night in terms of the average daily revenue, and we know the percentage of occupation through our Voyage platform. But in terms of the visitation numbers, no, I don't
Right.
know how many people
And you
would be in the room.
Can you clarify VFR? Is that visiting friends and relatives?
Visiting friends and relatives.
Yes.
So they spend money in the community, but we're missing out on the key thing that we do. But they do get to experience all the great sites. It's just we're short on collecting money from them. Next one, Doug, please. And I think it's one more after that. Yes, one more. Yes. So this is the total collection. Just scroll it up so you can see the bottom, please. So here's the last 3 fiscal years of collections. The first number, that is the year everybody went in the jar. That is the COVID year. And thankfully, we were only down 1.5% over over the last full year, which at that time was the best year ever. Now, the next 2 years that you see there, those were the best 2 years ever. So the difference are, it's 29.6% from going from 19 to 20, that's a raise. And then from 21 to 22, that's 27.8 increase. And currently, next slide, please. We're 7.5% above that pace, which if anybody that's seen my tourist development presentations monthly, I always say that this isn't sustainable. And every month I'm wrong. And so if I got to be wrong about something, I'd like to be wrong about winning. And up till now, I have been wrong. We've only had one red month since things opened back up. And it was, we were just slightly off a couple of %, but that's been the only non-growth month for, since that happened. Next one, please, Doug. Social media numbers. Alyssa in our office is doing a fantastic job. I just want to, the numbers started, it was a chain of folks. Miles Saunders started for us, started the thing. Veronica Camshower was next. Jody Castelvieri, I struggle with her last name. I know it's new, and I apologize. I'm sure I messed it up. But she did a great job in that role. And now Alyssa Hofeld is our current social media person. This is just the last 90 days of posts. And the one thing I wanted to clarify, just in case, is stories are the things that are the 24-hour short window that you like if when your Instagram picture is lit up, that's the short term. She's been doing a great job running those videos, and as you can see, they far outpace any of our traditional posts. And these are content. This is content that she's creating every month. This is brand new stuff that she's going out and making. And when we hired her, we were very lucky. She's a success story in terms of every move starts with a visit. She visited here, decided she wanted to move here, and then applied for the job. So kind of a crazy chain of events that we were able to get her. But she comes in every day with a visitor's lens. She really didn't know anything about the community other than what she visited on her trip. So to have that framework on everything she's presenting is invaluable because she's experiencing it just like our visitors would. Next one, please, Doug. So these are just a little bit of the numbers that the people I mentioned before grew. You can see we have 192,000 followers on Facebook. Our fishing page does phenomenal. You see Captain Tony there. He provides an update every week about the conditions. And then our Instagram is doing really well. We focus on Facebook and Instagram because of the imagery that it allows us to show. It's so much easier to highlight it when it's a picture that outweighs any copy that we can create. So our team has done an amazing job of creating that content. Next one, please, Doug. So this slide is the left-hand, is it left? Yes, the left-hand side is for Jody. This was her mission when she took over to pass Amelia Island. And we were significantly behind them when she took over the program. And it got to the point where even we had some sparkling soda at a TDC meeting when we passed that Commissioner Davis brought to celebrate because every month Jody talked about how close we were getting. And so I'm very proud of the work that our team does. It's difficult because every day you have to think of something. How do I express it? How do I show somebody that has no idea about our area how great it is that the citizens already know? And so it's.
I just followed you on Instagram. So.
Me personally?
Well, not you. Not you personally.
I'm relatively boring.
Yeah, I just followed Discover Crystal
Yes.
River.
Well,
so.
then.
And Mr. Pricher?
Yes.
Tell them why it's so important to have fresh content all the time. It's algorithms.
The people that created this map that is out beyond anything I can figure out, that's how you get on top. That's how you stay relevant and you show up in the feeds. Mm-hmm. Later when TJ talks, he'll talk about retargeting. That's where you mention cat food in the house and all of a sudden now you're fed a bunch of cat food ads. We do that. It's a great tool, but
scary,
frightening. but in terms of always having something new And that's why the stories are so important. I mean, Alyssa wears herself out making these videos every day, and they're outstanding, and she's so proud of them, as she should be. She brings them to the office every day, and look, and with the excitement of a visitor seeing something for the first time. So, next one, please.
Why do you think I always say Beverly Hills? I'm thinking it's catch on.
I'm listening. So, sales and marketing is a one-person army, which is Terry Natwick. This slide represents the first quarter of this year of the places that she's been, and that's not even quite all of them. Again, but so as you can see that the Huddle is a chance to talk to international tour operators that Visit Florida puts on. The RV Super Show is a super grind that's very valuable to our area because of when I told you we had 3,000 available slots, 2,000 of them are RV slots. We only have 1,200 rooms total that qualify as hotel, motel, bed and breakfast. So the virtual trainings, that is something that has popped up out of the pandemic, and has been very valuable because, especially on the international side, because they still go through travel agents. They don't, whereas we generally piecemeal it and book it as we see fit. They buy a package. So having that chance to tell them about our community is priceless. Next one, please, Doug. This is just to give you an idea of who we have working for us. The article was included. That was the HGTV article that was in the Chronicle. I put that in there so that people looking through the packet could see that if they missed it. Hayworth is our PR firm through Madden Media. We contract them. They also they were very familiar with the area because they also represent the plantation, which made it very easy to transition to have them join us. Gosh PR is in the United Kingdom, and Lieb is in Germany. They are both the same teams that contract with Visit Florida. So we're able to piggyback, and they make it so easy when we do attend those trade shows. On both those, the first 2 days of both the shows in London and Germany, we really only had time for lunch. We had every slot filled for the first 2 days, speaking to media and tour operators. And so just recently, I took 2 of the travel writers to dinner that we met last year at the World Travel Market in London. They have a commissioned article in the Daily Telegraph that they're here over the whole county and then also down into Weeki Wachee. So we had them get basically certified as mermaids. We showcased all the best parts of the county, and now take that back to the UK, and that is probably our most effective marketing tool because it's so affordable. I mean, it's dinner. Our partners generally sponsor the activity, and we give them some tip money that we've set up with our petty cash. I mean, so we couldn't buy the coverage we get on our budget, but through the help of Visit Florida and the then they're straight sponsored from newspapers and magazines, we're able to leverage it to the hilt. So next one, please, Doug. This is just an example of 1 month of PR activity, number of impressions and views from our different articles. Next one, please. It comes directly from a fam trip that we did to Inverness and the Strawberry Festival. So this is just this is half of the information. Next one, please, Doug. So this writer shows the multiple ways she cut up the content and repurposed it and showcased the county on her channels. Let's see. Yep. That. Yep. Next one, please, Doug. So Television, we do some television. The Sportsman Adventures is a national television show with Rick Murphy. We focused on fishing in Homosassa and Inverness on this time, but that's on, I guess the term I guess is linear television, regular, your cable box. The Insider Fishing Report with Rick Murphy and Real Animals is also television, but it's fresh content every week. It's not an episode of fishing here. It's the latest information. They talk to the local captains, what's going on in your region. And so with Rick Murphy, we sponsor, he's got, I think it's 9 regions in the state, and we are the sponsor for our region. I think we're Central East. But that covers down to the top at the Hillsborough and up north of us. So, but every week when his show's on, we are the sponsor of that. And so our information is in the block for 4 or 5 minutes talking about Crystal River, and he's talking to a local captain. So, Doug, if you'd click on the link, please. This is the trailer from the RV There Yet program that we did recently on the Discovery Channel.
Oh my
Loss. That is a cat.
So we were heading for the forest.
This is the Wicklacoochee Trail.
It is. Oh my
gosh. Loss. That is a cowgirl right there. This is the Nature Coast right here, kids.
Like in our own submarine. Look at this snook. They're peaceful.
To see a manatee, you want to be a manatee.
Best birthday ever.
So that program, like I said, aired nationally. They lodged at the Cove's new slots as well as the State Forest. They wanted to see something traditional, a little bit more rustic. It's not all that often that we get an opportunity to do a national show that's affordable. We get pitched a lot, but they're not our budgets. But this one came in, and it was perfect sense because, as I mentioned earlier, we have twice as many RV slots as we do hotel rooms. So being able to work with that community and showcase that and is vital for us. The Cove, yes, recently had already had seen bookings because of their opportunity to be part of the show, and so that's the value of this. So we're driving people directly to leave those dollars in the community. So at this point, I'm going to, if you want to save questions to the end, or we can do it now. But TJ is here to walk you through some of all the marketing figures and the successes that we've had over the last year.
Thank you. It's good to see you all. I won't take up too much time. I just want to give you a brief recap of some of our success points from fiscal year 22, and then just a quick recap of our progress for fiscal year 23 of where we are so far. So if we can go on to the next slide. This is just some of the updated creative that we did last year. We took some time to do creative refreshes, updating our imagery as well as our font selections. We added QR codes into our print ads where we could start tracking our print advertising better than before. You can keep scrolling through some of this creative. We updated our imagery to really reflect our key pillars within the market. Next slide. We also had a campaign that was dedicated to book midweek and save, trying to push people to come and spend their weekdays here because we already get great tourism efforts and lodging stays for our weekends. Next slide.
TJ, where are these at? These book midweek.
Those are digital. Those are digital ads.
Digital ads.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. We also helped support sales efforts by producing collateral. As well as banners for Terry and the team to help with sales and fam tours and media missions. And then these are just some of the continued updated ads that we ran. You can keep going. You can keep going. All right, so what does all of that mean? We have a combination of print, digital, video, all of the different media mixes. Well, we really saw great success in fiscal year 22. We had a 53% increase in new users to our website from the previous year. That was over 500,000 new people that came to the Discover Crystal River website to find information about the county. We saw 20% increases in partner referrals, meaning people that went to the Discover Crystal River website and then went to one of your partner websites, such as the Plantation or one of the lodging partners. We also saw an increase in attracting visitation. We saw a 35% increase in family visitors. We also saw a 29% increase for visitors traveling from the Orlando market. So you'll actually see that too when we talk about visitation with air travel as well. Here's a really interesting fact, I feel like, with all of our video assets running on Meta, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, connected TV, people watched over 2.27 years worth of video content last year. That's a long time to be watching videos. We also had over 500,000 social engagements through our social media programs, through comments, shares, likes, people sharing our information, both from the paid side as well as the organic. And then this is just some highlights of some of the different media tactics that we've ran. Search engine marketing, which we consider the low-hanging fruit, people already interested in the destination, looking for keywords specifically related to things to do in Homosassa, where to stay in Inverness, things like that. We had an 11.8% click-through rate, which is much, much higher than the travel industry average, which is only 4%. Across the board, every single category, we had great success, between 2 and 3 times the national benchmark rate for the travel and tourism segment. We also had over 64 million impressions that were generated last year in our campaign and over 500,000 social media engagements. Next slide. We also monitor where people are coming from. As you can see, Georgia is by far our largest market, but we did see slight shifts. In fiscal 21, our second market was Ohio. In fiscal 22, North Carolina edged up. So we saw some shifts between Georgia, movements in North Carolina, Indiana, as well as New York. Last year, Illinois was one of our top 10. This year, it fell off and New York replaced that. As we look at visiting states, we also look at the demographics, which we'll talk about a little bit later on, and how those markets are also shifting. So what do people do once they actually get into the market? Where do they go? Where are they staying? What are they doing? Last year, when we looked at our top 10 attractions, it did not significantly shift much from 2021 to 2022. We continue to see the Citrus Avenue Shopping District, the Plantation, being the top 2 attractions here in the Crystal River market. However, we did see an increase in air transportation, people that went to the Tampa International Airport. Possibly they were coming on a vacation to Tampa or Orlando, but then also took a day trip up here. So we saw that increase in air traffic as well as RV resorts as well.
How do you know how to rank those?
We rank that on mobile data visitation. So we use a sample size of people's mobile phones. And so that was a recap of where we were for last year for fiscal year 22. And just to give you a progress on where we are for fiscal year 23, since October, we've already generated almost 10 million impressions for the campaign. You can go on to the next slide. Our click-through rate for search engine marketing is almost 14%, 10 times higher than, or almost 10 times higher than the average. Our click-through rate for our prospecting, 0.8% compared to 0.2, which is the actual click-through rate. As we look at all of these metrics and continue to set these benchmarks higher and higher, we really just can't stress how significant the strategy, the leadership under Director Pricher and Commissioner Davis is, that the tourism office is doing great. We're hitting every benchmark and exceeding all of our goals. Every single metric that we measure has been growth, growth, growth. And this really just proves to us that we're on the right path and that our strategy is working to attract more visitors to Crystal River. The next slide. I did mention a little bit of our demographic audience is changing as well. So one of the things that we have noticed from last year going into this year is our age range has also shifted. So typically before we were seeing a higher increase in people 35 to 44, that actually has shifted to be younger this year. So we're getting more people to be interested, more families to be interested in the Crystal River market and finding out those specific stories and inspiration points that would make them want to travel to Crystal River. Across all of our campaigns, across all of our media tactics, we're promoting the whole county, not just Crystal River, but Inverness, Homosassa, and Floral City. We have dedicated creative for all communities. we have specific keywords related to each of those communities. For example, we have over 56 unique keywords for Homosassa, such as things to do in Homosassa, where to eat, Inverness, same thing, where to eat, where should I stay in Inverness? All of these campaigns are also generating great click-through rates, 12%, click-through rate for Homosassa, 8% for Inverness. And I'll also just mention one other thing about our growth. From our organic traffic in our international markets, the things that Terry and our international partners work on, we've seen 85 to 145% growth in our organic traffic from the UK, German, Canadian, and Dutch markets. We also have seen a 20 to 110% increase in our domestic markets, Atlanta, New York, Chicago, and DC. This year, Atlanta growth has already been up 248%. So this just continues to prove the strategy is working. If you have any questions, happy to answer, but that concludes my part. Oh, recap. So again, just essentially what I've already said before, we're seeing growth across all metrics. We're really striving to hit money and participate in programs that can generate an ROI for the campaigns that we can track your return on advertising spend. We're generating over a $9.50 return on your investment, generating over almost $6 million back to Citrus County. And then there's always new places to be. We're watching our growth markets. We're watching our audience shift from our older to our younger audience. And we're really excited to continue our partnership support in the county and getting more partners to participate in our programs, our sweepstakes, and our promotions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? Anything?
One final slide.
Thanks.
One more. Yep. So the future. Pickleball, bringing that back. It is, I've heard from Commissioner Bays and Commissioner Kennard talking about travel events and tour things. We really, as we talked about the number of hotel rooms we have and things like, we really don't have the infrastructure for those type of sports because they already happen for the most part on times when we're full in the summer. Especially, I mean, baseball was what I did prior to this, and even during this, I would tournament direct and be umpires, and it was weekends, and they were in areas that had significant hotels. This offers the opportunity because it is the fastest growing sport. It's not teams of 15 people with entourages. It's individuals. We have the infrastructure to really host top-notch events because because it's so segmented in terms of the players. We could target tournaments that are predominantly folks that are not working anymore. They can come on a Tuesday. They can come on a Wednesday when we need help. Weekends, during our peak seasons of manatee and scallop, we don't really need the help on the weekends. And plus, the rates were not going to be very favorable to finding discounts, so to speak, for an event, because that's where they make their money. When the sun's shining, they've got to do it. This offers the opportunity, and in speaking with the Parks Department and Commissioner Davis, there's an opportunity for a partnership between tourist development money, impact fees, or general fund money. I'm not too familiar with that operation, just focus on mine. But the opportunity to really build something special where 250, 270 days a year, it's residents. It's not, tourism, it's not going to be.
Add Beverly Hills.
We're investigating all sites.
I noticed you said, Commissioner Kennard.
No, they brought up the team sports.
I have been pushing pickleball in Beverly Hills
and I
since
think
2.5 years.
I am open, absolutely.
So
if we have
it
the
seems like
footprint.
you're not hearing me.
No, ma'am. I am completely hearing you, and that's why I've the initial conversations with the Parks Director about where do we have footprints, how can we, as my term is, how can we move this as fast as governmentally possible? We do the due diligence, but there are going to be requests made of this money from outside forces. So my thought is if the county had a project that it itself that wanted to, I would suggest we, like I said, move as fast as governmentally possible.
I'm working on a master plan, but
Yes.
it's government.
I know, I am, yes, and I talked to the Parks Director, said possibly there's a way to help through tourist development funds to fund that study if that helps speed it up.
Yeah.
You know, this is something that the community could use and needs, and it would benefit the residents just as much as it would the visitors.
Thank you.
So that was my last slide.
Commissioner Finnegan had something.
Good job with social media.
Thank you.
My question is, it looks like, and I saw in the budget, of course, earlier in your presentation, you've really focused on England, the UK, and Germany. So my first question would be, you know, why those two targeted markets? I don't hear a lot of accents around, but it's not that I'm everywhere. And two, when you go to shows like UK and Germany, I understand who would be set up, but who's the audience? Who's paying to walk into that show? How is that beneficial?
I'll start with the second part and go forward.
Okay.
It's business to business. We're talking to people that run the tour companies. We're saying, this is what we have. These are our hotels that participate in the systems where you buy the room to resell it to your clients. So they're looking, and it's, we're exposing, some of them don't have any idea how great the area is. They may know what a manatee is, but they don't know, they don't see it. And then we have that imagery, and then all of a sudden they're blown away. So they take that back, and we talk about all the other opportunities besides that, but that's the thing that draws them in, that allows us to talk about everything else. So that's that part. That's who we're talking to.
So you're talking to travel agents.
Tour operator, yes. Yeah, essentially it's the people that are selling this destination to actually people with money. We're selling the idea, and then they're selling the product physically to their clients. And so now I got confused. Remind me of the first part.
I was just curious.
Why?
Why you decided to target UK and Germany?
The research shows that those are key markets. I know that prior to the pandemic, at our best, 20% of our visitation came from internationals, and UK and Germany were far above anybody else. We're looking at emerging markets. Visit Florida is looking at some of the Latin American markets that their wants are shifting away from some things from the tradition where more shopping, more big city, and they're looking for authentic experiences. So we're working with them. It's just these three are the ones that are producing. And when we talk to the folks in the UK, they were just waiting. Actually, really, they're waiting for their dollar to improve again, because it was almost par, and so they were missing out on that 20% bump when they would exchange it for an American dollar. They would get 20% more. Now it's almost even, and so it's not quite the value. But they still want to go. They're still excited about coming over, but they're just waiting for the economy to help them out a little bit more.
So we targeted them, but we haven't seen the.
They haven't come back yet, but that's statewide. That the international market just isn't quite back to pre-pandemic yet, and so there's a lot of things that have shifted. Like, and mainly it's the economy. Their money isn't quite as valuable as it was prior to.
Thank you. I need a signal, like when you're done, say.
Thank you for me.
Oh.
I didn't say thank you for you. I said thank you for me.
Thank you, Mr. Pricher.
Oh,
Anyone
yeah.
else?
Thank you.
Commissioner Bays?
When you're talking about the visitor profiling,
Yes.
and based on what Commissioner Finnegan was just discussing, and your percentages for visitors, where is that for the local visitors that are just coming here and boating on the weekend? How does that tie into your numbers?
Well, that's listed as the day trips. That's
Well, they're not day trips. It's people that come with their boats and spend during the.
well, part of it comes from the platform that TJ was showing with the voyage. We know there's 75 data points that we put in, plus built into the system is like every gas station in the community, and so that when you because we carry it everywhere. When you enter the community and you hit one of those spots, whether it's the Wawa or Shell or the Plantation, we capture you. We know that you're in market, and then we can pull out. Those were just sites. That machine, it's mind-boggling the information that it contains and what it can turn out. But it has all, the TJ covered it verbally, but we know what states are most popular. He did mention about Georgia and Ohio and things like that. So we can drill it down farther. It's pretty impressive, but that's how we know, is through that system. The data, most of the departments use that. It's called NEAR, is the one that's actually doing the tracking, and then it plugs into the Voyage system so that we can generate it into data that we can use.
So are you doing a physical visitor profile?
Research Data Services we still employ them. The former was Dr. Clagis. You may remember that was his firm. They still do the traditional intercepts. That's where those numbers came for about visitors. They also extrapolate it through, there's so much data, but the Visa View is one thing where we track the credit cards. They have access. That's how we know some of the impact numbers. But they're doing that in their presentation, which will be June at the TDC meeting. They'll have the latest information in terms of activities that they've pulled, and it hadn't moved much in terms of new things. Some of the percentages changed, but it's still visiting friends, it's manatees, it's fishing, it's paddling. It's still those are the core. Cycling. Those are the core ones, and just the percentages change a little bit, but they're still doing that for us.
And are you doing any co-op advertising through the United States with Visit Florida?
Yes, we partner them. Also, we've done a local version through Tempest on our website. We've moved away from selling ads in our visitor guide because you saw what Terry does in a quarter. She was also doing that, and it's very time consuming. So through Tempest, they sell space on our ads so that to whoever wants to buy that's a tourism operation inside the county. So
No, I'm talking about co-oping with Visit Florida.
Yes.
When they do ads across other
Yes.
parts of the United States that they're trying to get.
Yeah, all the
here,
ones
like
that
television ads, because those used to be some of the best return on investment.
we did several of those during the recovery campaigns they ran. We used special projects money where it was like a 5-to-1 return for them. We put in 20, and then they multiplied it by 5. So we did during those so we did 2. One was strictly in-state, and then one was 700 miles. So essentially the Southeastern Conference. Those are the ones that so we went as far as 700 miles. So Nashville.
And I know that it's not information that we can get specific, but I do know that if you, I think the clerk can actually get the report from the Department of Revenue that kind of drills into those numbers for short-term rentals, and kind of looking at that. You can't tell specifically where they're at, but you can kind of get a glean from it. And Chuck, his last name was Howard, right? Chuck? In 2010, we only collected $500,000 in revenue. And by the end of 2014, because we started identifying those people that were not paying in,
Yes.
we were about 1.2 million at the end of 2014. So I think there's ways to get there because it's very expensive to try to go and pull this in and have the clerk do it. It's still better
Correct.
to do it at the Department of Revenue.
Correct.
But there is a report that you can get from that
So
and kind of back into it.
the Voyage system there's a company called is it still Key Data? So Key Data, that's what they've focused on. So you may remember the Smith Travel and Research does hotels. So if you have a central reservation system, they know what your
star
occupancy,
report?
yes, ma'am, your occupancy, your daily rate, the revenue per available room. We get all that. Key Data does a similar thing for the vacation rentals. So we get, I get closer to like empirical data, like I was mentioning earlier, what the average daily rate would be, what the occupancy are, but we don't have the farther down really on that. But so that is something new that that this Voyage platform has allowed us to do, because previously it was, we know they exist and we know they're generating money, but we can't really quantify it as well. So, but I know that the tourist development things are kept very tight at that level. But I can ask to see how we can see if we can at least get breakdowns of like tax codes, whether there's an RV park or a VRBO kind of thing. I think we should be able to get towards that.
Thank you. Anything further? Anyone else?
Me too. Are we done? I have something.
Oh, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you.
You shouldn't ask me if I want you to.
So beyond pickleball courts, we got a very interesting presentation from both Crystal River and Inverness yesterday. We have roughly 2/3 of a million, I think, right, in our capital fund, 667,000. That continually gets added to 20% of our 5 cents, right? 1 cent gets continually added to year over year. We had discussed prior among this board that we need to stop being scared of having more than $1 million in that and save up some money to do some really cool capital stuff that'll benefit. It'll not only draw tourists, but also benefit our residents. So one would be the pickleball courts, theoretically in Beverly Hills. So you'll have something in your district. I am kidding, by the way, but it is true that might end up being the best place to put it. One of the things that was most interesting, there's a lot of good stuff coming from both cities, but Whispering Pines Park developing which is state-owned, but developing an RV facility there, which then goes back to travel ball because they are running tournaments there, and they do have bicycle races, 5Ks, et cetera, out of there. But Inverness, you saw, only has 9% of the hotel rooms. They desperately, desperately need some sort of help with that, and that might be an area that, clearly we haven't voted on yet. They just made the presentation yesterday, but just to give you a long ball look at some of the things that TDC is going to be considering in the future, that was the one that I kind of went, wow, because there's a big return on investment on that. The bed tax was, I came up with a number, it was what, $250 a day
Right.
for
Well, they said
if it was fully occupied.
They
It's
were
100
envisioning
spaces.
100 spaces at $50 a night. And if that's full occupancy.
$250 a day that's fully occupied. So it won't be fully occupied 365 days a year, but you can see the math on how that will quickly pay for the capitalization of that. So that's kind of what we're thinking. Figured you guys would like a heads up on that direction.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
Just a couple notes. The pickleball courts may very well be a good idea. I don't know. Hopefully that'll be based on some hard data on what numbers that would produce, and ultimately the location of it, I would hope, is also based on an objective approach to what would be the collateral economic benefit, not just physically where people to go and play pickleball, but those who aren't playing at any given time, are there businesses close by that they can run out and grab a coffee or go out and have lunch or have breakfast? The proximity of the hotel rooms. I would hope that all of those things go into the decision making, whether it's pickleball courts or a multi-purpose path or whatever it might be. That stuff is part of the equation on locating those things. And the second part of this is I saw in the backup the TDC's position on the scallops and changing the limits as the season goes further on and so forth.
Yes.
and certainly looks like there's some merit to that. I know that we've had, the TDC has had a biologist or somebody down, some ologist from University of Florida,
Yes.
I believe it was, that was not in favor of a seeding program. I still would like to see us take a longer look at that. I know that certainly the season was closed for a lot of years. That helped the population come back. I think that the seeding program that we had going also seemed to have benefited our scallop populations as well. And again, with with the hatchery right there at Duke, right in our backyard, Eric has said that they can produce as many scallop. I don't know if they're fry at that point or what they call them, but they can produce as many of those as we could possibly ever want. Now he's got concerns, he's got questions about it as well, but it seemed like the last that I heard, and it was secondhand, was that this the biologist that came down to speak, her position was essentially, this is a recreational thing. You enjoy it while they're here. If they go away sometime, then we'll close the season. Well, that's not what we're looking for.
Right.
We would like to be a little more proactive, and even though it is a recreational population, let's see what we can do to sustain that so that we don't reach that point where the population has collapsed and now we need to shut it down for 5, 6, or 7 years.
One of the concerns that the biologist brought forward was that we'd be introducing something that's not native, and that was their main concern. When to reseed it, it wouldn't. As I remember, that was their main concern. I don't know that, not that it wouldn't work, but there was some risk that it. But I'm open certainly to getting more information, having them come make more presentations and talk about it. The other part about that in that white paper was, I got no interest from any of our other scalloping communities about that staggered bag limit. I mean, flat out knows that we don't want to talk to anybody and participate in it. And I would not ever suggest that we would put our county at a disadvantage to other counties by asking to be singled out. That even though I do believe that there's some valuable merit to that system because of the annual creatures and the way the spawning happens. But yeah, everyone was some of them didn't even want to talk to me. They wouldn't even.
Sure.
So that really was a kind of a non-starter on that side. But I think the biology side is definitely could get another revisit, and we can talk to the IFAS and Sea Grant and those folks and see what they have to say.
Yeah, I think there's a good argument to be made that they're very, very successful at reintroducing redfish. Mm-hmm. that are bred in captivity all around the state of Florida. Mm-hmm. In fact, they've got a separate hatchery program for the East Coast redfish. They're hatching spotted sea trout out there, and the federal government mandated that they put this hatchery in for the number of fish that were going to be killed in the cooling or in the intakes for the nuke plant. So I don't know that it necessarily, pardon the pun, that it holds water that they don't want to release hatchery raised or hatchery spawn scallops when the federal government required it, knowing that these were going to be hatchery raised fish that were going to be released to the local environment to replace those that were destroyed in the intake. So I would like to see, I guess, some further exploration down that road and see what we can do to try and make sure that we have that sustainable population. And I don't mean to shoot the messenger. I'm just saying that argument, I heard it before, and it doesn't hold water.
That's the one thing I took away from that. I remember that there was some concern about that, but I've made a note, we'll get IFAS and Duke, we'll ask them to come to make a presentation at the TDC as soon as we can, so they can, so that way we'll have more information than memory and minutes.
Maybe also those who are part of the seeding program, scallop seeding program up in the Panhandle.
Okay.
You know, let's find out what their scientist is telling them. Yep.
Commissioner Davis, final
You're-
wrap
you're-
up?
Yes, you're absolutely right. We're going on memory here. It's been well over a year since we had this discussion. I remember that the board was very excited about doing the seeding. Now, why did they consider it non-native? Do you remember that? It's not a different species, is it? Or different breed of scallop?
That I'm a little foggy on that, but I just remember that that was the concern, that they were introducing something.
Okay,
So,
well, you'll follow up.
yeah,
We've spent enough time
we'll
on
get
it, but
a recap and fresh information on that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate this.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, board, we're at E, regular business. I am looking for a motion. You can either,
I'm so sorry. You wanted,
I,
Colonel
no,
Bit?
I got it.
okay, sorry.
We are at regular business, and I'm looking for a motion for E1A, and you can take it through its entirety to E1B. Looking for a motion if you want to prove it individually or in its entirety. Looking for a motion. I'm at regular business. I will get to E8.
Motion to approve item E1, A, and B.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Did I skip something? Commissioner
No.
Finnegan was looking.
I know I'm E5.
We're not there yet.
Oh, where you at?
I'm at regular business E1A and
Oh, I'm sorry.
E1B.
Okay, I'm
I've got a
sorry. I
motion by
apologize.
Commissioner Kennard. Did you have the second? Were you the second?
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on regular business bids E1A and E1B? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. We are now at our regular business. We're gonna jump over E2 to E8, and that will be Colonel Vitt. Thank you for being patient. It's
Good
your
afternoon.
COPS grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, E8.
Yes, I know I got it late, like a little after 5 o'clock. I did receive a document. I know the board has not received that, but maybe you could talk a little bit about that. I'm sure you will today, but, and Aaron has not had a chance. We had a workshop earlier today, so I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. Okay? Thank you.
So I'll start off with saying, approximately 2 years ago, Sheriff Prendergast informed the board, the commissioners at the time sitting on the board, that the sheriff's office was facing a staffing shortage due to failure to maintain the pace with the growing population and calls, different type of calls that we were seeing, that we were facing. And then in our budget submission last year, you know that we submitted a staffing analysis that indicated that we were 48 positions short in our patrol area alone, at which time we realized, again, for several different factors, one being the understanding that the county might not be able to incur that cost for the 48. We tiered it and started off with the first year requesting 22 positions. At that time, it wasn't accepted, and we were informed that when you fill up all your sworn positions, to come back to the board and let us know, and then you would revisit it. So on March 1st, we did submit a budget amendment at that time requesting those 22 positions. As far as I'm aware, we haven't heard anything officially back on that yet, other than help us find the money. So at that time, we did make a suggestion to use impact fees to cover some of that capital outlay cost, as well as we submitted this COPS grant, COPS standing for Community Oriented Policing Services grant through Department of Justice. So we had an extreme urgency because of the deadline. We did submit the initial data to DOJ on May 4th, And the deadline is actually today at 4:59 p.m. So again, there is some urgency to have this discussion and figure out where we're going to go with this. So we submitted that COPS grant data and provided some information. I have some documents if you want me to approach the board and pass those out, some updated information with the cost analysis. Would you like that?
Yep. That'd be
Please.
helpful, yes.
Thanks, Elena.
Thank you.
So when we submitted the first one, and you'll notice that it still says draft, one of the main reasons where you'll see a cost difference is because we had not finalized our budget submission for this upcoming fiscal year. And with the delay of vendors providing their cost analysis to us and getting final pricing, you'll see that slight change, roughly about $2,000. So you'll see the one page where it talks about entry-level deputy and the cost for deputy with everything involved with the personnel services, the operating expenses, and capital outlay. And it goes from year 2, year 3, with that's an adjustment of typically a 5% increase. And again, that's only an estimate because we don't know what the future holds with cost, associated cost.
Colonel Vitt, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am?
I feel like everybody's looking at additional information that I don't have. You're saying if I look on a certain page.
The ones that I just gave.
Oh,
There were two pieces.
there were 2 pieces. Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry.
So the first sheet talks about the entry-level deputy and associated costs. The second one specifically talks about the COPS grant. And the COPS grant stipulations are that it's a 60-month grant, and you have a requirement to maintain that position up to the 60 months. However, the grant is only paying up to $125,000 for the 3 years, with no cost associated from the grant on the 4th and 5th year. Does that make sense? Do you understand that 60 months is 5 years, but they only pay out per position $125,000. That's what this sheet right here depicts that I gave you.
Okay.
So we submitted the 44 positions to the COPS grant. The 44 positions was the maximum amount allowed based on our current 220 sworn positions. They only allow you to submit for 20% of what you currently have. Now, that doesn't mean, so we submitted for the maximum, one, because we hadn't heard back from the county commissioners, the board, on what we wanted to do with the budget amendment. And that doesn't mean that the DOJ is going to approve all those 44 positions. It's statewide, so they look at how many submittals are provided to them throughout the state and usually do an analysis to say, okay, we're going to give a certain percent to each agency. So most of the time, they don't do what you request, unless it's a small number.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Kennard.
Colonel Vitt, do we know when we'll hear back on this application? If the board moves forward to approve this, when we would hear back, get an answer back on the application for 44 new deputies?
We attempted several times, Jenny and our staff attempted several times to call DOJ with no response so far because we knew the deadline was today. The grant takes effect October 1st of 2023, but I cannot provide that answer to you because they had not informed us unless. Did you hear
I
that?
didn't hear.
She said a lot of times it's right up to the deadline. So it could be that we hear in August, it could be September, it could be the first part of October, but it's effective October 1st. And it depends on how many agencies have put this application in. So,
And is there a, you said that while we would certainly like to be fully funded, is there an expectation, a level, what percentage do we know what percentage they funded these COPS grants
in the past,
applications last year or the last 2 years? Is there is it 50%, 70%, 20%?
no, we weren't able to find that data. I know with our agency, from my recollection, the last time that we applied for this was back in 2008-ish, around that time, and we received 10 positions. But I would, it would only be a mere guess that they would be no more than 50% of your request, but that's merely just a guess on my part. I have no data to tell you on that.
And it's probably too old at this point to be of much importance, but when we received approval for the 10 positions, do you recall how many we applied for?
That I do not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I think you explained it, and then we were looking. So you have year 1, year 2, year 3. It's a 5-year grant.
It's a 60-month term.
Okay.
I know this is a little confusing, but the 60-month term is that indicating to the agencies that you have to have that position on the books for those 5 years, the 60 months, but they only provide the COPS grant money for the first 3 years typically, and that's on this page right here that I provided you.
Okay.
Typically, the funds are broken out in the 3 years equally, so you'll see where it's roughly 33%, 31, 33% for those first 3 years. At the 4th year, they provide nothing to you, neither the 5th year. So the 4th and 5th year are 100%. I believe the rationale behind that is to have the counties and the agencies ease themselves into it because they're providing that increment of funds to help you obtain the funds in your county and have the determination where you're going to get that from.
So I'm looking, which one is per year what the county would be paying, and then in years 4 and 5?
So we don't have the 4th and 5th one in there. And as I stated earlier, you would, at an estimate, add on 5% because that's too far out for us to give you, because we won't know about salaries, we won't know about equipment costs. And even in the last 2 years, we saw a 20% increase mainly on all of our supplies alone. So I can't tell you what 5 years is going to bring. Obviously, it's going to be an increase, and 5% is probably even low.
So the local share is over 8.2 million. That's over 5 years, correct?
So when you look at the top line, it is broken, the top portion, it's broken down to the 44 deputies asked.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll see on the totals, you have year 1 in the column to your left. You see it broken down to the salary portion alone and what the grant allows. And then you'll see the total cost at the bottom where it was $6,375,000. That's in the first year alone. And then it's year 2, year 3, total for the first 3 years at the bottom category of the local funding. And that's after what the grant has supplied.
So the county, just let me see if I understand this right. The 430,000 on year 1, that's what the county would match year 1?
For the grant, yes.
For the grant, and then it goes up. Okay.
But that's only a matching requirement, so that's a little confusing on the salary.
Because that doesn't equal 8.2 million.
No, the grant requires, on most grants, a matching grant of a 25% stipulation, which that 25% matching is basically falls within that budget. The bottom line is truly what the county is obligated as far as the local funding. And the breakdown down below is 1 deputy classification.
Can you point?
So here's the top category above the green line.
Mhm.
And then below the green line is per 1 deputy. So in other words, if the board isn't comfortable with doing the 44 positions, then you would tell us what the submittal is, and then it's broken down per deputy position down at the bottom.
Well, here's what I'm driving at. I remember the previous board saying you're not filled. When you fill all of your positions, come back.
Correct.
And we'll
In which
fund
we
you
did.
22 deputies. So I don't know, maybe I could get some help, what that was going to cost per year. And then if we were prepared, or not we, the previous board was prepared to do that when they decided, is that roughly the same amount of money that you're asking
Yes,
the
so
county
that's
for annually?
That's the sheet right here that I provided you. This gives you the total cost per deputy. What the first year is always going to be the highest year because you have your capital outlay expenses. So this is per position at the very bottom. And then it says year 2, year 3. because then you alleviate a lot of that capital outlay because of the purchase of a vehicle, so forth. And that had been provided previously with our budget amendment at that time back in March 1st. Again, but we weren't sure what direction you were going with that because we had requested it. And again, as far as I know, we haven't received any official word back on that other than trying to find the money.
And I read the grant application. It said a minimum of 25%. So do you expect that they could come back and say that your local match has to be more? And I did see that there was a case for a waiver. Did you read? I didn't see what the qualifications were for that. Do you know? And has a waiver been applied to them?
No, we are just at the initial phase right now. Again, because of timing, we had to rush to do this, and there was a lot of work behind it just alone because of the deadline being today. So we didn't want to overextend that number because we weren't sure if the board was going to give us the request on the budget amendment a certain number. So that's why we went with the 44.
Well, I
The
think that
max.
it's last minute because honestly, before you got up here, I didn't even know this was for 22 deputies. Like our information had none of that. So if anybody, Mr. Howard, can help with what was the dollar, maybe some commissioners will remember, last year for the 22 deputies that we're okay with, and what does this look like for the county, and what does it look like in year 4, 5, 6 when the grants? If anybody
Well,
could help.
22 last year, they hadn't filled the positions. So we said, fill the positions you have. You can get another 22. Come to us, and we'll go and make the motion and give them money as they're hiring. It came to just over $4 million. Their numbers now is $4,049,210. If you double that, it doesn't equal the $8,227,516.
Madam Chair, are you saying the $4 million was going to be to fund 22 deputies altogether annually?
For the first year. The first year is the most
Expensive.
expensive.
So if I can clarify that comment, it wasn't for another 22 positions. We weren't approved for any new positions. So at the time, we were close to being filled, and we requested that because technically you need some of that money ahead of time before you hire, because otherwise you can't purchase anything. You can't purchase the cars, you can't purchase the equipment, is where we see a delay in getting that equipment. So we're at a standstill right now, and we have employees, applicants in a holding pattern, but we can't do anything with them, which we're going to be losing those applicants to other agencies because we can't make that higher offer.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bays.
Can you tell me what analysis is used by the Sheriff's Department to determine the workload and deployment?
I will defer that to Captain Hess. Originally, it was created or conducted by Colonel Ferrara, which is out of town right now. We utilized a staffing study that another agency conducted, and then it was revamped. So I don't know. Can you touch base on that a little bit, please?
The staffing study that was submitted last budget cycle, it was based on a hybrid model that I believe Colonel Ferrara got from the University of North Florida, that they had done a study, and it was based on calls for service, response time, time for calls for a deputy or a police officer to be on a call to completion, and it had some other calculations in the formula for administrative times and things like that.
And you have a copy of that was submitted with the last budget submission.
Anything else? Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. So number one, any new positions that we would possibly create before October 1st of this year would not be eligible for any COPS grant we get. The position would have to be open as of open and filled at October 1st, correct?
Well, the COPS grant is effective October 1st.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're referring to other sworn positions, no, that's not necessarily true. So I'll give you an example. If the COPS grant awards us 10 positions, that doesn't mean the board can't come back and say, oh, well, we knew you wanted 22 positions, so we'll fund you another 10. that's allowable, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that you're saying you need deputies now, and you're in a holding pattern. So it is now May, I believe. I haven't lost track yet. May to October is a fairly long stretch, and you're not going to hear on the COPS grant until several months from now at the earliest, correct? So if you were to be funded to hire deputies in June or July, and they're on staff then, would they be eligible under the COPS grant for any new positions those positions?
No, not those positions.
Okay.
It would have to be, yes.
I assume that was the answer, but I just wanted to clarify. Number two, because they have to be funded for 60 months, 5 years. So if you're at 220 deputies right now, and you add, say, 22 under the COPS grant, that means you cannot have staffing fall below the 242 level. Is that how do they track whether we've done it? Because clearly you're going to have some turnover on whoever got the COPS grant, right? They're not going to all last for 5 years. So what is that metric? Is it?
So the staffing, how they work that is because the COPS grant only counts towards salary and benefits. It doesn't count towards anything else. So when we had it in the past years ago, we slotted those positions specifically for the COPS grant, and we submit, in a sense, for reimbursement on that. So if one resigned for some reason, we can't submit for that salary until we fill that back up.
Okay.
So that's how that works.
Okay, I was just curious. And finally, the big question I had, and I already know the answer to this because I talked to the sheriff, but there is no downside to asking for 44 positions, even if we don't ultimately want to fund the match on 44 positions. Say, for example, best case scenario, you apply for 44 and you get, and you come to us for the funding on 44 and we can't afford it. We don't have our growth figures in yet. June 1st, we're all waiting with bated breath. Craig Dalton is not spilling the beans. So we don't know yet what our growth figure numbers are going to be for the tax rolls. So I'm always looking for what is the logical, what's the logic train here, so do we have an out? And his answer was, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there is no downside to asking. So for some of the grants that we ask for, if we then turn it down, it's a black mark, right? But he said there is no black mark if we decide we can only afford 22, just to use the number you asked for before.
Well, yes and no. So the negative side to that is if you ask for a certain number, again, most likely they will not give the 44 the maximum because they're not going to have enough for the whole state. If you're awarded 20 and you've said you were going to commit to what DOJ is giving us, but then you say, oh, sorry, we're not going to fund 20, we only want 10, they will not let you apply again for a COPS grant. So there is a negative mark.
There is a little bit of a black mark.
Correct, but it shouldn't affect you for the now ask, it's the future ask.
So this is and that's how it works with the other grants that we go for. So here's my concern is that this is so last minute, and I know the clock is ticking big time for you. So I hesitate to approve based on this new information. I hesitate to approve all 44 because we just don't know enough right now. But on the flip side, I'm like, we could use all the help we could get. And if the growth figures come in where they are, we're going to need that much. So I'm a little torn on that because we're not actually approving any expenditures with this. We're just approving, asking for the grant money or not.
Are you done?
Yep.
I'll get you next. Colonel Vitt, why does it have to be so last minute with this? How long have we known that you were going to apply for this?
So we presented this to the board several times, I will say, about this COPS grant.
This board?
Some of this board, because remember, some of the board wasn't here with the last board. So we have presented it to the board, again, at least 2 years ago, if not more, with our staffing shortage. And when we went and sought money from the board, but there were no funds available, again, it was a waiting game because you don't want to, the word supplant positions, that's illegal and you can't do that. So when we asked for the 22 positions and we're on hold waiting for a response, I'm not trying to put any blame, but that hindered us because we didn't want to put in a high number if you were going to turn around and say, oh, well, we're going to have the funding for the 22 positions.
I do want to clear that up. The sheriff sent that letter off. I contacted him right away the next day. We have not been able to get together, so nobody's ignoring your ask. It kind of, you keep kind of saying it, and I'm on your side, but it is coming off like we're just
No,
ignoring you. We're not.
The comment wasn't ignore. I'm just saying nothing official as far as positions. So we can't act on something that like.
Right, but I just wanted you to, you know, we're a team.
Correct.
We're trying.
Wasn't an ignore statement.
Okay. So my question to you is, this is a new board. We would have probably preferred a little more time. You know, this is last minute. I hate making decisions on last minute. I'm trying to get there. I understand why you're asking for 44. Would we be able to say on October 1st, say they said, you get all 44, we will give you this grant. And we can't pony up with the money to match that 44. Are we going to be held to doing that? I know you kind of answered that, but I cannot commit to the 44 because we don't know, like she said, Commissioner said June 1st, we don't know what's going on. We've got a lot of other expenses. So if you go ahead and file this, are you saying we have to commit to that?
From my understanding, DOJ wants a commitment because they are trying to allocate this through the whole entire state. So they want to be fair to every agency that is submitting for this request. So if off the bat, they know that you're not going to have that commitment, they would turn around and say, well, we wish we would have known because we could have taken the other 20 positions that you didn't ask and allocate it to someone else. So they do ask for that commitment. So you have to be pretty confident and willing to provide those funds. And if not, then when we submit that and we get whatever amount, whether it's 20, whether it's 10, and you deny it again, the black mark, if you will, is that we can't apply again for
No,
that.
I'm talking about the full 44.
Correct, any number. I'm just saying any number, you have to have that commitment to say that you're willing to fund that, absolutely.
Commissioner Kennard.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion that we approve the item E8 for the full 44 positions. If the grant is approved for 44 new positions, then it's on this board to find the money. If that means postponing projects, that means looking under every single stone in the county budget or looking in every pot that we possibly can in the county budget. If the sheriff's office gets funded for 44 new positions from DOJ, then this board needs to find our portion of that money to fund those salaries. So my motion is to approve item E8 for the COPS grant for the sheriff's office to apply for all 44 positions.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, but I still wanted to have some discussion.
Okay.
And if you're ready, I would like to ask the questions that I wanted to ask.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Finnegan.
I had two, but let's see.
Finnegan.
Oh, Colonel, you mentioned an idea was using impact fees for some of the costs for the new equipment and
Yes,
such.
ma'am.
Can that money be used as match?
You have enough money already in match because it's salary. It's not the capital outlay, it's the salary portion of it. So we have enough as depicted on the documents, the information that our finance division did. There's enough there to have that 25% match requirement. So we're comfortable with that.
Okay, that confused me. You're saying we have enough?
Right, meaning like what is funded for the position, because they're only providing, if you look at that one sheet that I held up.
But you're talking about the county needs to have new money to match?
It's wrapped up in all of these funds. So it's still wrapped up in the total cost at the bottom.
You lost me.
On the upper portion above that green line, this total line here, it includes those matching funds because that's the part of the salary for the position. So because the DOJ is not funding the whole 100% of the salary, it's incremental in those first 3 years. When you look up at top where it says percent reimbursed from grant each year, 31%, your salary that you're providing with the rates that the money that you're giving us is that 25% of matching funds. Does that make sense?
You know, and I've written a lot of grants, so this should be very easy, but from all my knowledge, it's a little muddy, to be honest.
Do you know how to, Elsie, to
So
explain?
the match requirement is only 430,000.
From the county.
That's the requirement, but the county's really going to be funding 6.3, well above the match requirement.
So year one, the county will need to fund an additional, to the sheriff's office, an additional just shy of $6.4 million,
Yes,
starting October 1.
yes.
And then year two, it goes down, and year three, it goes up.
Yes, on that bottom line.
And then what's year four?
The 4, like I said, that is a lot harder to calculate. We typically do a 5% increase as a minimum because you're not going to know what the cost of your equipment is. So we roughly say a 5% increase on that is your base minimum. It's going to be at least a 5% increase.
Wouldn't all the equipment be bought in year one?
No, yes, but not all the equipment. So you have a uniform change out, you have, different things like that where your car's not, and that's your a big fee, but there's other items that on a yearly basis will be.
You're going to replacement cycle at that point, so you're planning for the replacement of all of those items, so that's why it goes down based on the life cycle of a particular item. I'm sorry, can you get by the next? It's just a smaller amount because then you move into a life cycle replacement for the future purpose of replacing those items.
And tell me your name, just for the
Tracy.
record. Tracy.
Tracy Seffer.
I know who you are, but the public doesn't, so I just.
So that bottom line, Commissioner Finnegan, that you see, you're absolutely right. That's what the county, but taking into consideration that you have the availability each of those years to discuss and utilize impact fees for at least absolutely that first year where it's the higher cost, to use the impact fees for the capital outlay, in which we discussed at another commissioner meeting, a previous commissioner meeting. You weren't, I don't think you were here yet, though.
No. Well, that's kind of what I was trying to get at. If we can use that other money, you're saying there's plenty built in to match, but I was, trying to offset some of these costs because you said equipment was built in here. So if equipment's built in there and we're using impact fees money, it seems that this wouldn't be as much, right?
Correct. And that's where when you look at this sheet that I gave you, where it says capital outlay, that's your higher dollar item, your vehicle, some of those items that could be the impact fees under the guidelines to pay for that.
What's operating expenses? What's included in that?
Things that are under $1,000, basically.
Other equipment, uniforms, parts of your gun belt, other equipment that aren't the high dollar items.
Thank you.
Colonel, I really want to support this, but this is very difficult. I mean, you literally gave this to us as you're speaking, and to me, it looks like we're going to have to come up with $6 million for 44 employees, if that's what you get. And I understand that, and I know that we need to get the 22 additional employees, and we are working on that. I've talked to the sheriff. We're going to we'll have to figure that out. So, but now it's double the employees, and I don't feel comfortable with that. And I also don't feel comfortable not seeing year 4 and 5. I think that's so. I mean, somebody needs to take another bite of the apple or something, because otherwise, I just cannot. I can't get there.
So when we submitted the budget, this board was absolutely given those projections for the 22. You're just doubling that. So the board was provided those costs at that time.
I
when they
understand
requested
that.
And again, this is because we submitted for the maximum allowed. And when you think about, and I'm not going to put words in Commissioner Kennard's mouth, but I think his process is, this is an opportunity to get free money. And if we miss out on this, then that's even more money that the commissioners in this county are paying towards these positions. So we're trying to take this opportunity, as now is an opportunity to get at least $125,000 money from a grant per position that you'd have.
But you're talking about the county has to come up with 6.3 million, and we're going to get 1.3 million free. That's what you're saying?
Well, you're getting, well, I'd have to look at the sheet to see how much, but yes, up top on the grant allowance, correct.
But we'll be coming up with 2 more million, so I don't look at it as free. So, yeah.
Madam Chair?
I just want to say one more thing. And I don't get to, when we said, and I was part of that board, not this board, listen, you have so many vacant positions, fill those positions, and then we'll talk about the 22 additional employees. The reason why I said that is because if we had given you had vacant positions and had given you all the salary for those vacant positions and then given you additional salary for the 22, we are on the hook for that for the rest of the time. And I did not feel comfortable giving money for hypothetical employees that we did not have yet. We now know you need them. That's why I said, come, I will make the motion. But now you're saying 44, and that's making me very uncomfortable.
Well, if you go back to that budget submittal, it was clear in that budget submittal with our staffing analysis at that time, and what was presented by Sheriff Prendergast was 48 positions in that original staffing study. It was presented that way, and you should have those documents in your meeting notes and in your files, and that he said at that time that we were only asking that first year 22, and that staffing study was only for the patrol resources. Technically, right at this moment, to this date, we're 79 positions short in what the numbers we should have. So the number from 44 to what is reality, what we should have, is almost half. But I'm not even going to really get into all of that. But even if you do the calculations, if you were today to say, okay, forget about the grant, we're going to give you the 22 positions, it would cost you $4,049,210 with no assistance with any grant. When you look at this with the grant, you would potentially, again, I don't know what DOJ is going to approve, but you potentially could double that with providing $2.3 million more, and you're doubling your number. And I think that's what Commissioner Kennard is looking at, that if you outweigh what you're pushing out with the 22 and what you can gain with a grant is huge. Again, and this number is a total request, but you have to look at your impact fees. What can you utilize with your impact fees? And that number is going to go down.
I clearly remember it would have been nice to have that report. But again, I would have been nice to have this also. I understood the 22 employees. And I understood the $4,449,210. I get that. But what I'm saying is now you're doubling that, and we're making a commitment to that, which we were willing to make the commitment for the 22. So I don't see how we're getting any additional help with that. I see that we're putting out more in a time we don't know what our growth money is or what our dollars are going to be, and we've got a lot going on. And you're saying cut other programs and things. That just sounds great, but I don't feel comfortable with that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
The county commission is actually only constitutionally challenged or tasked with a handful of things. One of them is public safety. The sheriff has been coming to us repeatedly over the past 3-4 years telling us we're grossly understaffed. We've got to add patrols. I'm sure that all of us get all of the emails in our box. You know, we've got speeding problems. We've got four-wheeler problems out in the northwest part. We've got issues here. The sheriff is again telling us we have got to add staff. Our county is growing, not just residents, but commercially as well. When they bring a solution to us and say, we want to apply for this grant, these are the positions that we need. Yes, if need be, I think the mission creep items that we have spent a lot of time and words addressing up here, those are things that, if need be, could be delayed to take care of one of the things that we are truly tasked with handling, which is public service. You know, if DOJ, you know, and stars align properly and they award 44 positions, then it's on the sheriff to go out and find 44 hires. It's not as though this board is going to stroke a $6 million check and go, here you go, just in case you can find them. I would expect Citrus County is an attractive place for people to live. I would think with the salary adjustments that we made, it's gonna make it look attractive for people to come here and help him to fill those positions. But this is not something that we should be chewing on. You know, is this late to be getting this stuff? Yes, it is. But this is not something we should be chewing on, delaying, you know, for weeks or months on end. They've got a deadline. They've brought forward a solution. It doesn't pay for even, you know, half of the costs, but they've brought forward a solution to help decrease the cost of getting our staffing for the sheriff's office up to what it should be. We've got impact fee money. We can help to reduce the capital costs. I think we absolutely should support this.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
with all
ma'am.
due respect, so the staffing study that was submitted at the beginning of our budget cycle for this current year that I have in my hand that the board did receive, it spoke about the 48 sworn positions that were going to be phased in, with the first year being 22 sworn and then there follow a 15 and 11. And it clearly stated in this document by Sheriff Prendergast that at the time that we were 44 positions currently at that moment short in patrol. So it mirrors that maximum that we were allowed, as well as in the same staffing study, it gave the breakdown per position. So I understand what you're saying as far as like the grant submittal. We went off the maximum allowed. We did have correspondence with the county administrator, and I will say, no offense to prior county administrator, but I have had lengthy conversations with Mr. Oliver back then, and he was seeking us to pursue this COPS grant even years ago. And it just was delayed with a variety of reasons because of commitment from the board at the time. So the data was contained.
Can I
in
see
here.
that?
Yes, ma'am. And we also included this in the budget amendment March 1st.
I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, so I'm sorry.
I understand that.
Madam Chair, while you're
Yes,
reviewing,
ma'am.
may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Howard, I hate to do this because none of us like last minute, but I don't know if you or Aaron could talk about, Commissioner Conard has said maybe some other projects we could put the brakes on that, or maybe there's some other way that we see this being fiscally viable without just a complete add to the millage. Obviously, there would probably be some, but can we lessen that burden somehow? Or what projects maybe would be on the table that we could kind of slow down?
Yeah, I don't think I'd be prepared to make a statement on those at this point, but
Colonel?
but Aaron could come forward. I don't think we'd know that either, but obviously there's projects underway, some aren't underway, so there's a variety of things you have to look at. We don't know where we're going to be at currently with the growth. You know, we're going to know that soon. There's a lot of variables. Of course, we have the floor retirement system impact. We have a variety of other things, property liability insurance. There's a lot of F-bombs. I call that a lot. I don't know. I can't predict that at this point. And so I think it would definitely not, we're not in a position to actually make comment at this point. But
I think
obviously
you
we can
make a good point.
we can bring
and-
things back in the future, but we just at this point wouldn't be able to make that kind of it'd be a guess, and that's not good.
Commissioner Kennard also pointed out with the growth, which we all have to wait to see what those numbers are. If you need 22 or 44 or 48 now, as we're growing, as we're developing, the number of sworn law enforcement that we need is only going to go up. So I'd like us to see some resolve in this today. So whether it's 44 or whether it's another number, I think we need to take action and help.
And I've
Sheriff's
had
Office with
some
this
good
request.
conversations with the sheriff as well as the colonel that I love grants. I think it's a great
too.
opportunity if it's newfound money to do those. So we've had some good conversation and trying to build that relationship with the sheriff's office. So I think those are opportunities, but obviously they always come with the F-bomb. So you've got to be able to look at that. So I think it is an opportunity. And if there's some funding out there, even if it's not the 100%, it's still an opportunity to be able to do that. So
And you feel comfortable, you like grants?
I love grants. Actually, I
Okay.
think there's now you got to look at the devil's in the details. But there is opportunities. I'm familiar with this. Actually we've talked multiple times about that. The fire one as well. So there's opportunities. It's newfound money. Obviously, I don't think they'll give us the 100%. I've worked for law enforcement myself in the background before, but that'd be great. I think that could be a bad problem to have. But I would think we get something out of this. I think we have a good case to tell. So I think it's a good story to tell.
And I would like to say thank you for showing me that, because I did only remember the 22, but I remember as soon as you showed me, it did say the phase 2, phase 3. So thank you. And thank you for having that. Tracy probably had it. Thank you. Commissioner Bays, and then I'll go to Commissioner Davis.
Would it be possible to have you run an analysis through your CAD system to tell us what your discretionary patrol time is?
There's a little bit more to that when you use that term, so you have to be a little clearer on that, because we refer to obligated and unobligated time, but there's a lot more factors than just that. There's the type of call, the amount spent on calls, vacation time, workers' comp time, a lot of different factors when we use our staffing, not just a call obligated or unobligated time. But to answer your question, yes, we can run a report similar. You have to define it time frame. It's not just open-ended.
Well, I'll give you the information when I was doing my research. It's through the Center for Public Safety Management. And it talks about the myths when people talk about the officers per thousand. And they said the most accurate way to do that is to run through your CAD system the discretionary time that your deputies have.
So this hybrid model, that was the staffing study, was not just solely based on the 1.7 per thousand population. It bases it on type of calls, and again, Captain Hess could speak a little bit more on that because he was more involved on that side of it.
It blends a per capita and a workload analysis model, and we do pull numbers as far as going through our CAD system, like say an average of 105,000 calls a year that we take out traffic stops that we initiate. So these are calls for service that we're receiving for the public. I can't give you an exact number off the top of my head. Unlike Tracy, I didn't bring it today. She's always well prepared. But I want to say that number is around 105,000 for that average over the last 5 years. And that's not every call. I mean, that's not deputy initiated calls. That's not security checks at our businesses. That's not traffic stops. And it has other factors with it as well, because you can't, sometimes a call for service requires more than one deputy. They require backup. So it's a series of all those numbers blended together, and it's not just I want to say last year the state number was, the average was 1.7 per 1,000 in the state of Florida for law enforcement officers. The number is 1.66 now. I can't give you the reason for that. I think some of these agencies that are in larger counties, some counties are actually seeing a minor exodus of folks, and they might be making their way up here. I don't know. But there are certain counties in the state of Florida that are larger counties that are receiving less and less every year with their population. So we do pull those numbers from the CAD system in a different, not the discretionary time, but the actual time that we have of people calling in 911, looking for a call for service,
And it was, like I said, it was a 2021 study, a formula that was created for Flagler County out of the University of North Florida.
Okay. I'll take a look at that, if somebody can, I didn't get that, so I wasn't here the last,
Would you like a copy of the staffing study?
yes.
So you have some people in the holding pattern.
Yes.
We were going to talk about those people. And those people will be added to the 44 in case you got the grant for all 44.
And again, it's a roll of the dice. I hate to say it that way, but just because we submit for 44, and I know that's the high end, and you're nervous about that.
I am
But
nervous.
that doesn't mean we're going to get the 44.
Okay.
I'll be happy if we do. You may not be as happy, but that is worst case scenario if you want to put it that way for you.
And this is a new board, and we are a team. We're a team with you, and I'm glad you recognize I am nervous about the 44. But it's very important, and I think everyone up here by their comments, we want to see you be fully staffed. But there's always that F word. So I'm going to go ahead and I like how you talked me off the ledge. I appreciate that. I appreciate showing me the documentation. I had forgot about it. I'm going to give you the credit. So thank you. Commissioner Davis, did you say you had something else? Or no?
I just did some quick math. So besides what you have, which is the first 3 years for our, I just want to double check all this, 6.4, 3.9, 4.2 million. And then I added, just to be a little bit cheeky on the percentage, I did 7%. I know it could be much higher because we saw the pandemic coming. That's 6.6 million, and then 7.0 million year 4 and 5, because we have no cops on that. And all of that can be partially funded, or at least year 1, partially funded with impact fees.
Yes.
That's the summation of the risk we're taking?
Yes.
Okay, but we can still back out, but there's a black mark.
And if I can throw this out to you, keep in mind that I wish we could hire 44 tomorrow. That is slightly impractical, and we spoke about this when we submitted for the 22. So that as well could be where we're saying, okay, tomorrow we absolutely can hire 10, and then we might get this influx where we can hire another 12. And it's possible that it could be tiered with that money. And this isn't even effective until October 1st. Okay. So we still have...
Tiering is a wonderful thing.
If you're following what I'm saying.
I actually am following that.
Okay.
What I would say is we got to wrap this up, but know that this is a new board, that we do back the green, apparently, all 5 of us do. Please don't put us in this position again. Be here, be noisy, get in front of us earlier with stuff like this. We do not like doing math on the fly and making last minute decisions. I am absolutely going to support it because of all the things I just said. We can only make decisions based on the data that we have right now, what we know right now. Nobody knew what was happening in 2019 the next year. Keep coming back to that example. So, we know that we're growing like crazy. We don't seem to have any reason to stop because of so I'm going to support it.
Thank you. And board, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. At this time, I'm going to open it up to public. If you have any comments on this, please step forward and fill out a green card. You have 3 minutes. Any comments on E1, the COPS grant? Seeing none. Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Congratulations. Push that button. Send. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go back to E2.
Motion to approve item E2.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Kennard. Second, I heard Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on budget transfers? E2. Seeing none. Any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. That passes 5-0. E3.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan for budget resolutions. second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E3? Seeing none, any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. E4, acceptance of city deed from the city of Inverness.
Motion to approve E4.
Second. Here we go again, sorry. Give it to her
Motion
this
by
time.
Commissioner Kennard. I heard Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E4, acceptance of city deed? Any board comment? I have a comment. I'm not going to support this because I feel at this time that we take on I don't think we should take on any more infrastructure or facilities that require any kind of maintenance. We just made a commitment to the sheriff and to accept more and our current demand before we even handle the responsibilities we have. So I'm not going to support this. Any other comments?
I'll make a quick comment. Probably won't be in my best interest, but I'll make it. It's my understanding that the city or the county owns one parcel of this very old historical cemetery. And what we're accepting is a small section across the street. This lies within the city limits of Inverness. The city takes care of the current cemetery and they collect fees and they maintain that cemetery. I have to say, I wish the city of Inverness was a better partner with us on this, being that it's in the city limits. I understand that there's no money to be made out of it, but that being said, it is a historical African-American cemetery, and I do wish that they would have partnered. And the scales of efficiencies on this, I think it's, I'm just a little disappointed, I guess. So that's it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be your wing woman on that, and I absolutely 100% agree. But we are already maintaining it, so we're not increasing our cost. But,
True,
they are keeping the cemetery that has funds attached to the maintenance and then, but it's the right thing to do to handle it.
Yes, it is.
And I helped with that, I guess, about 1.5 years ago with getting signage and everything for that cemetery. So, anywho.
I just think it's a shame that they're not, I don't know why we're handling this anyway. It's within the city limits of Inverness. And I think by just taking it on and accepting that sends the wrong message. And I just don't like it. I think I'm glad that we are maintaining it. I know that the previous board, we helped with signage and different things like that. But I think this is the wrong message, and if there's no money to it, they just want to, pass it off. I'm very disappointed. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to support this, even though it might be the right thing to do. I just don't think that we should be taking on any more infrastructure. Anybody else? So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. We asked for public comment. We did board comment. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. Passes 4-1. Thank you. E5, Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity for the MTS ambulance.
Motion to approve E5.
A motion by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second? Any second? I'll second it for discussion. Is there any public comment on E5?
Chair, there is a letter of authorization on file for these gentlemen so that you can give them 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I am Dr. Keith Gould. I'm one of the ER doctors here. I've been here for about 5 years.
And we've been having a lot of trouble with ambulance transfers, whether it's from the freestanding ER where I'm at to the main hospital, to Ocala, or anywhere else, or even patients getting back from the hospital, nursing homes. We have no locally based ambulance company that's doing this. So I had partnered with some other people, talking to them about, let's see what we can do about having ambulances based here. And that's what we did with this. We set this up where we're planning on having an ambulance based at each hospital, along with transport vans, whatever else we need. County based, county hired, everyone will be local here. So it's not gonna be a matter of, like, for instance, the other day, I had 6 patients from the freestanding to go to the main hospital. The last patient left there 12 hours later. The first one left between 3 and 4 hours. This was after bed assignment. So we already sometimes wait for a bed assignment, and we can be hours. The other day, I had one where we had to actually stop a monitor on a patient. It was the only way we could get them to the hospital. Where the cardiologist was to say, you can transport without a monitor, because all the monitored ambulance coming from out of the county service, they were on hold, and they told us maybe 3 or 4 hours we can send someone up to you. So it's been a real problem. So this way, we're going to have them here at the facilities where transfers will be as soon as the bed's assigned, they're on the ambulance and they're on their way to the hospital, nursing home, wherever else they need to go.
Thank you. You still have some time left. Anything?
Thank you for your time. Basically, where we're coming in here is the same thing that Doc said. You guys have a necessity and you're growing. Just sitting here for a few hours listening to the sheriff, and which was impressive. How fast this county is growing. You have a need for this service that we're willing to come to provide to your county. We're going to hire inside county. We're going to be stationed inside your county. We're going to assign ambulances to your hospitals. This problem is not going to be anymore. When people are ill, we all have loved ones. We all might be there one day. You want the services to be there. So we're bringing something that is needed to your county.
And maybe to reiterate, this is not a competition of the 911 system. This is non-emergent transport. This is like when the patients, for instance, are already on our freestanding, the only time, sometimes we do have to call the 911 system. If we have a patient waiting to go to the cath lab, we'll call the other ambulance service and they'll say, okay, we can be there in 2 hours, which obviously doesn't apply. So very occasionally we call them, but this is going to be taking the area that the 911 system does not do. Like they drop them off to us, but they don't take them from us unless it's under the very rare circumstance where we need to get someone to the hospital immediately.
Where's your company out of?
Well, my main base is main out of Miami.
And how many ambulances do you have in Citrus County?
Well, none yet, but
How many ambulances do you have?
to bring up here, we're going to try 5.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
The application that you submitted had a 2010 ambulance.
Yes, because that's the only way to get in front of the board is to get the first one approved, and then we just keep at it.
You wouldn't have put that in your application?
Well, what was best advised is just to put one to be able to apply for the COPCN. Once the COPCN is done, contractually, we're going to bring 5 more. So then the chief keeps doing the inspections of each ambulance, and then he keeps approving, and we keep submitting to the COPCN.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We have a motion on the floor, and I second.
Do you have more public comment?
Oh, are we still in public comment?
Yes.
Please.
I hope so. Hi, I do have a record on file. Madam Chair and the Commissioners, my name is Jeff Taylor. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for MedFleet Ambulance. That's what the gentleman we're just talking about. I would tell you that we came up here a year ago to get the COPCN, but we've been up here 3 years before that when Nature Coast was struggling dramatically to meet the needs of the county. Over the last 4 years, our volume has increased by almost 80% up here, so it is growing. And by the chief's own words, we are not only meeting but exceeding the expectations. I'm here to talk to you today about the objections from MedFleet. We came into this county 4 years ago, received our COPCN. Just as a statement, we have been in business for 30 years this month. That is not an easy task. Prior to getting our COPCN here, We stepped in and we made the commitment. We brought the ambulances up. We secured a building here in the county on North LeCanto. We house the units there. We hire locally. We staff locally. We are the ones that we work with the county when the county has asked us to step in. We've done that. Are there delays? Absolutely. Absolutely. Show me somewhere there isn't. I can't even go to my doctor's office without experiencing a 30 to 90 minute delay from the time that I set my appointment. I will tell you that both CEOs and the fire chief have my personal cell, and when they've needed to use it, they've used it, and it didn't matter which day of the week, didn't matter what time of day, they've picked up the phone and they've called me. And I think that's important to understand the relationship that we have here. We've been long-standing here for the last 4 years. We just made another commitment. We just put a new $135,000 ambulance in this county. So now we're running even more staff out of here. And I have to question, the chief's letter that's in the board packet that is out there. It included some more information, but in one area it said the applicant in an undated letter stated that there is a need for private ambulance service in the intended area. We're already here, and we have been for 4 years. We've been servicing. Yet there's no information, no data, hard facts to say, here are the delays. Tell me where they are. We'll address them. The comment was made about one of the local ERs. I can tell you that when the local ER calls us ahead of time and says, we've got 6 or 10 going out, we push additional units to this county. I have trucks that will sit idling in this county for 3, 4, 5 hours before the calls come in. But they're here, they're at the ready. Even in the COPCN, in Section D, it asks for what's the need. In the application itself, there was no need stated. It was an opinion by an individual that there's this great need. The fire chief's letter stated that MedFleet has been meeting and exceeding the needs. That's a pretty strong statement. So I'm a little confused when we say that there is this need. The other piece that was in the board packet was this company was going to come in and do long distance transfers. That's not what I just heard. I heard they were to do long distance. Now, MedFleet says anything that's long distance is greater than 100 miles. There's no definition. And what I would say is if the board were to allow that COPCN, then that gives ALS and BLS calls, advanced life support, basic life support calls, free reign. They can run them wherever they want. There's no parameters set. I guess I would remind you how long we've been here, how long the partnership's been. This is not meant to slam another company. This is about ensuring what we're getting into. 24 days ago, they received their state ALS license according to the state of Florida's website. It's out there, it's public records, 24 days today. In closing, MedFleet's not in favor of this. We believe it's not needed. The past 4 years, we've been the partner here with the private ambulance service and now with the fire department. We have the letter from the chief stating that we're meeting and exceeding needs, and we are meeting the needs. Yes, there are one-offs, absolutely. I will admit that all day long. But I'm here to tell you that when they call, we send help. Is that my 5 already? All right, I'll end there. Thank you very much
sir.
for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tito Rubio, Florida Department of Health. My comment is, by allowing this kind of service in our community, we're just increasing the ability to meet our demands not only today, but in the future. And we're all, today's discussions have really been talking about how are we growing, where's our growth going. I remind the commissioners that 35% of our population is 65 and older, over 50% of our population is 55 and older. So we have an aging community here. We don't have all of the abilities to have the advanced services within our community and transport. While the ERs do stabilize, once they stabilize, the transport becomes usually not a 9/11 transport, but by contracted services. So you need to weigh the ability of companies to be able to come in and be viable within our community. I think that's what you heard in the previous speaker, and that has been here, but also to see, are we servicing the future growth of our community? And I think that's the decision that you're really going to be trying to make here with this vote. Anyway, if you need any questions, I'm here for them.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none, is there any further board? Commissioner Kennard and then Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to support this motion, and I hope this board does not support this. MedFleet came into this county as the gentleman said 4 years ago. They've invested in this county, and yes, we're growing, and they have grown with us. As need be, they've added staff, they've added trucks. They are getting it done by our own fire chief's words. They're getting the job done, not just meeting, but exceeding the expectations. So to award this new COPCN is just absolutely taking them out at the knees. When you allow another business to come in here and start taking away not only some of that business that's allowing them to grow and hire local folks here, but it's taking away some very lucrative parts of their business, because let's face it, in the medical industry, there are certain portions of the medical industry in each segment of it that are more say profitable, lucrative than others. But when you're in the business, you take it all together. And for lack of a better term, a Johnny-come-lately business that comes in here and says, we want to come in and take the lucrative part, I hope that we don't do that to MedFleet. They're doing a good job. They deserve the support of this board, and that means turning this down, denying this.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan?
Actually, Commissioner Kennard, I'm glad to hear you say that, because it's along the lines that I was, but this was all new to me. So I met with our chief and asked him those questions. I had some of the same worries, which you have highlighted, so I don't need to go back over that. So, but beyond that, my own thoughts, I realized that we're responsible. This board's responsible of who we allow to come into this county. So number one, I had those concerns with cutting MedFleet, as you say, off at the knees. So I looked at what our responsibility was in our code, and a few things jumped out at me. One, public need. And so I went to our chief about that, and I see that he's not here, but Deputy Chief Long and our EMS Chief Morgan is here. If this needs to be verified, I assume they're on the same page as Chief Stevens. But he told me that MedFleet was meeting the need, and they are good for our county. So number one, I wanted to make sure of that. The second thing this board has to look at, according to our code, is if someone applies, is there adequate and uninterrupted service? And that's what I was looking about at the 2010 ambulance. I don't think that is adequate and uninterrupted service. If that breaks down, there's no service at that point when those calls are made. And I do know with my investigation of MedFleet, not only do they have a building here staffed with ambulances to take care of the people in our community, they have neighboring counties that in any, as MedFleet told us, that they can come over from a neighboring county very, very quickly. So I do like that. They have the additional trucks. They're meeting our need. They do provide us adequate and uninterrupted service, and I did not see anything in this application that meets the needs of our community at this time, and I would not like to injure the company that's been dedicating their services to us and to our people. So I will not support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bays.
I think enough has been said by my fellow commissioners to my left and to my far right. I don't need to reiterate what they've said, so I will not be supporting this as well.
Any other comments? Commissioner Davis?
I just have, I originally had a little bit of concern about stopping the marketplace because of competitiveness, but this has been a really interesting discussion, and I'm going to deny it as well.
So, no more comments. All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay.
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 That does not pass. It's 0-5. Thank you. E6. Right of entry for charter communications. I am looking for a motion for E6.
Motion.
Approve E6.
Second.
Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Davis, is there any public comment on E6? Ma'am? Okay, sorry. Is there any public comments on E6? And is there any board comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Thank you. E7, TD's.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E7? Seeing none, is there any board comment on E7?
Do you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
Are you sure? There were some questions asked last time. I thought that's why we pushed it. And we had the presentation. Oh, here he comes. You know, I guess before you come out here, I'm going to tell you some. You know, I want to be a good supporter, but here's some things I'd like to have answered, and other commissioners had said before. One, I do see this with 6 full-day fishing charters to we don't know who, and I think it's very, very expensive for that. For, you know, one captain's getting our support with this, and we're paying to chart around some people. I don't know. My other question is, and I'm looking for. Here we go. We're paying for a show, which I just want to say the television show that you showed us were the RV on Discovery Channel. Mm-hmm. Phenomenal. Good work. That's great. The problem I'm having with this television show is I don't really understand how it's being seen. And I'm not the best person, let's just say, with social media, but I get it. I get the need. I get how it's helpful. But it's going to be on Pluto TV, Fubo TV, Amazon Freevee, Tubi, Sling. I have heard of Sling.
Okay.
That's the only one. And then when I looked at your backup documentation, because I thought, okay, you know, maybe it's just me. I don't understand. I should have marked it. The percentage of people that even see this in the U.S. was very, very low. So this is a show, and I asked a couple of Fisher people, which I am not really. My husband keeps trying to make me one. They've never heard of it, like the channel, and I only asked a few, so that, you know, I'm not taking that to the bank. But I am concerned that on these stations I've never heard of, on a show I've never heard of, is it just entertainment that people don't get regular TV in other countries, and it's just like entertaining? Is it really helping our tourism? So I feel like it's a lot of money for boat tours, and I don't know who's watching this. So if you could help me with that.
The boat tours is essentially a value added. It's something he added in there. What we want the money for is the sponsorship and to have the shows highlighting the county on the television. That whether we use those tours or not, that's, like I said, it's a value added. It's something he offered. It wasn't asked for. It's something different. It's a chance that if we wanted to utilize it with media, in the backup, this is a little bit of a thing. I can't tell you who's coming because I don't know if this is going to happen, and I can't ask a writer to commit to something that I don't know is going to happen. So that's who's going. You know, the media. As soon as we have a green light, Hayworth and our office can get together and find the right journalists to put on the water, whether they want to fish on the freshwater, whether they want to scallop when it's that time, whether they want to go inshore, offshore. Brandon's gonna help us do that, but we need the green light before we can ask those people to commit to come. So that's one point. I mean, but whether the real nuts and bolts is the television promotion, much like we did with RV There Yet. I thought I provided this. I
Just
can't.
for commercials, you know, I mean, if you
No,
have
we're
a
the-
commercial
we're
for
the-
$18,000, it just seems like you could have a commercial and put it on regular TV, like our channel that someone knows about,
Well,
to targeted areas.
I'm not sure of the math on broadcast television purchases right now, but so, but this is so on my TV. I have most of those things that you rattled off. I watch Pluto almost every day, and not necessarily a fishing show, but I use it because it's free. Amazon Freevee used to be IMDb part of their videos, and so you get commercials versus watching the Amazon movie with no commercials. But it's on their platform. Waypoint, as we talked about last time, is the leading fishing content provider. I have one bit here, and it's a chart. I can't remember if I included, but his show that was just on the Waypoint network from January of 22 to January of 23, 5 million minutes was consumed of content. So, like I said, in the original backup, they're talking about 13 million people are seeing it. So it's not just a commercial. He is filming episodes in the community on the freshwater, on saltwater. It's highlighting the community in the same venue that RV There did. So
Maybe the marketing guru will get me there. I'm sure she has something. She can
That's
explain
where
it.
First of all, you have to do multiple impressions to make an impression, to truly make an impression. So broadcast TV is ridiculously expensive to get multiple impressions. And I am not a fisher person either, although I would like to be because it's very tasty and I eat a lot of fish. I just don't have time for yet another hobby. But I watch Amazon Freevee or whatever. I do that, and Waypoint is really impressive in the numbers. Really impressive. And to be such a mainline, one of the biggest things you look at in marketing dollars is what's your waste. Okay, so you would be waste if we're paying to reach you in whatever your media is, right? Waypoint is mainlining fishermen. I hate the people
Anglers.
term. Yeah, anglers, thank you. You're mainlining so you don't have the waste. And that's why you saw in the presentation today, we keep knocking it out of the park because we're very careful about what the metrics are leading us to believe the return is going to be. And if the return is not there, we will know it and it'll get cut.
Okay.
So,
See, I knew she cleared up.
Thank you.
thanks. Now you know what I do for a living.
Have I opened it to the public?
No.
Oh, Commissioner Bays.
So my question the last time it was, and still is, what does it cost to do this advertising with WayTV? Waypoint. I mean, we're paying, this is $18,000. What's he paying for this package with Waypoint?
I'm sorry, I don't have the answer for the overall show cost. I misunderstood the question, but I don't have that answer of what the total production cost is. This is a portion of the show, but I think today I also provided one of the commissioners, Commissioner Slaybach asked about the truck. So I got that yesterday, so I asked Doug to hand that to you.
He did not hand it to me, by the way.
Oh, so
I did
I left
wanna
him
see
on
that.
his spot, but we're on the back panel of the truck on the passenger side. He's updating the logo, so it has the one, he had the previous logo, has the one with all the cities on it, or the communities, but total cost of show, I don't know.
That is just a concern of mine that, we're paying $18,000, and when I look at this, I would almost think that that's probably what this is going to cost for someone to do this, and it concerns me, the public perception that we're doing this with one local fisherman in town. And if they're trying to advertise their business, that we're gonna have others that are gonna wanna do that, that they're gonna want us to pay for their advertising as well.
Well,
May I?
Not,
well, there will be one, we were presented at the, not this TDC, the previous TDC meeting, another opportunity for a well-known local fisherman to, on a different tact on one of his shows that we'll be bringing forward at one of the June meetings. So it does have, we don't have that many local anglers that have television shows. So we have hundreds of guides, but we don't have that many that have television shows. So it's not like an endless stream. It would be wonderful to have that many folks have opportunities to be on television, because I think we do an amazing job with those. But right now, there's just not that many. But this is a very affordable opportunity. As we talked about, if his show that was just on the web, now the new version will be on those channels like FUBU and all the other initials that went out earlier, Pluto. That's a channel that exists on my list when I turn on that app, as opposed to having to go to an app to see it. So that's the biggest difference about this from the 5 million minutes I mentioned he consumed. That was strictly people going to either Waypoint website or app. This will be, I could watch it just sitting at the couch without having any real effort. So that's one of the reasons that we brought it forward, was that extra value of being on linear television as opposed to just strictly existing on the web.
thank you. Anything else? Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and chime in, and I did second the motion, and hopefully the support will be there. Captain Branch is I would say one of a handful of guides in our community that is widely respected for both his inshore fishing and his offshore fishing. And from somebody who fishes every opportunity that I get, I can tell you there are that's marketing to two different groups of anglers, both men and women. There are folks out there that have no interest in making the long run offshore, and they're all about the inshore stuff, the red, snook, trout, all of that. And Captain Branch does that incredibly well. There are also those of us that want to run offshore for the red snapper, grouper, stuff like that. And I can tell you that he is widely respected for how well he does in that arena as well. He does have a following in his fishing shows. I didn't know there's 5 million minutes of this being consumed. I've watched his show. My son and I have watched his show. And I like the fact that he's local, and I like the fact that a good portion of these funds will stay local. And I hope that the board will support it. So I think it's a good use of TDC bed tax money.
Commissioner Davis?
I wanted to respond to Commissioner Bay's concern about the optics of this. Just to add on to what Mr. Prichard said, absolutely 100%. If there are other guides out there who have put the enormous investment that is required into building a brand that is actually shown on TV, we're going to welcome any of their proposals. And so I just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, okay. Anything else? So thank you, sir. We'll open this up to public. Would anybody like to speak on E7? Seeing no one, is there any further board comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, I kept that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That passes 5-0. F, outstanding commission items. Mr. Howard.
Yes, just a few couple items real quickly. Betts Farm, we did get an update there that an application has been submitted. We'll have more updates at the following meeting. Obviously, he has till June, so we'll cross our fingers that becomes a reality. Also, the airport, there was a question about that. There's a date that needs to be updated on the next board meeting. But the FBO priority list, that'll be discussed at the 6/6 workshop, June 6 workshop. So that's all I have for those items.
Thank you. Item G, G1.
Yes, this item also, I know it states on here that we were trying to reschedule the strategic planning date. It seems like there's more conflicts. I think Doug had reached out to each of you with your calendars. And now it looks like August the 15th is a good date. Just wanted to make sure we get approval for that to move that. Also, there was some discussion about, at one time it said the meeting would actually be here, the update, but actually in the Lecanto office. Just wanted to get clarification on where that would actually be held, the pleasure of this board. This is just an update of the performance review.
Madam Chair, I'm good with August 15th.
August 15th at 9 a.m.
At 9 a.m.
Yeah.
And which location? Are you good at where we held the original?
Well, we have to be here at 1.
Whatever the pleasure of the board
We
is.
do?
Yeah, we have a meeting August 15th, according to my calendar.
My calendar shows 8th and 22nd.
My calendar says there's a meeting. Then I'm fine.
Okay, we'll check calendars. Thank you.
Okay, so did we get a consensus from the board? Didn't hear from Kennard or Bays. 15th?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
9 a.m.? Or
9 a.m.
no?
Oh,
Let's not do it at 9 a.m.
Whatever time you would like it.
I like 10 a.m.
Whatever your pleasure is.
Is everybody okay with 10 a.m.?
Sure.
I'm up early.
How long do you think?
I don't think this is going to take. This is really just a check-in. So we're going to show you some of the wins we're already having. Obviously, we're going to have. Well, I'd love to have some consensus of the next, strategic planning for the 2024 dates. I don't see this more than an hour. That's my own opinion, but you can have as much dialogue as you want.
You good?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, I'm fine with Lecanto.
Yeah.
Speak up.
Know that means, the clerk's office has to go out there and everything.
You tell me where you want us
Well,
to be.
that was the original location we had it. That's why I just didn't.
Here's fine too. I don't.
It's up to you. It doesn't matter to me.
I'm easy.
I can drive either place.
I can exactly.
Just leave it up to staff and
Okay, we'll
have it
we'll
correct on our
confirm all that.
calendars, please.
Excellent. We'll take care of it.
Where to go?
Excellent
We'll make sure you
advice.
get there.
Thank
We'll
you.
make sure you're there.
Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
it doesn't matter for us because we no longer have to set up audio, so
Okay.
it's easy for us either way.
Very good.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thank
flexibility.
you. So the staff will decide where we're going to be. Just let us know.
We will. We'll ensure that.
Okay. So then we already did H1 and we have H2.
Yes, may I ask our CIO to please come forward, Todd Dunn. I know when I started my first year here, not even a year yet, but the first week, I was corrected and said you did not have crocodiles. You told me about the canal, and I said the alligators weren't only in there, but the crocodiles actually have found a crocodile now as a result of this project. But I wanted to give an update on where we're at with this project. But thank staff for their tireless efforts to date. Todd, please brief the board.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Todd Dunn, Chief Information Officer for the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. I'm here today to give you a brief status update on the IPS CDR project. I'd like to tell you that on April 24th, we went live and it was a success. Since the rollout, we've done 857 portal accounts have been created, 3,347 inspections have been performed, 923 applications have been submitted, and 917 permits have been issued. So as I mentioned when I was here in front of you about a month ago, I finished up with, please be patient. There will be problems, and there have been, okay? There's been problems with externally what we saw for the building officials as they were, or not building officials, but the contractors. Some of them had problems getting into the portal. Again, we've created that many accounts that I just mentioned to help them get through that. Some of them didn't have understandings on how to use the new system. Of course, it's new, and so there are people getting up to speed with that. We've created a frequently asked questions and training portal so that people can go in and see how to do that. We've also reached out to the Citrus County Building Alliance, and we're setting up sessions with them so that they can, daytime, morning, afternoons, evenings, whatever it takes, to do training sessions with them so that people can get up to speed on that system. Another thing that we saw with some of the early days of the project is we were closed for 2 days. And so all the building inspections weren't performed during those 2 days. Those went live. The same, trying to get caught up on those happened at the exact same time. We were running over 300 rollovers per day, basically for the first 2 weeks. I'm just happy to say that last night we only had 48 rollovers from the previous day. So we're making progress. We're fixing those problems. Internally, the chief complaint that we had was that was a mobile building inspections program. And sadly, the very technology that we were using to get around the spotty cell phone service here inside of the county, it broke. And it wasn't just us, but it was several companies that use the mobile, or counties that use the mobile technology also had it. So unfortunately for us, it happened at go live. So it's a double whammy there. We have N4 technicians in our system. They've been making great progress, and we pretty much have got that taken care of. We've also tuned up how the system works, just so that it works much more efficiently. Also, when you just take a look, any system will be tough to go through. And Ken Sheik back there in Public Works was in phase 1 of this program for IPS when we went and converted his from Hanson to IPS. There were problems then. But I think that if you talk to his crew now, they would much rather have the IPS now than the Hanson that they had then. So it just kind of goes with the growing pains of going to a new system. As staff gets more experience, gets more confidence, and every day they come to us with issues that they discover. Sometimes it's training, sometimes it's actual problems that we identify. We add it to a prioritized list. We're working off that list. It's getting smaller every day. So things are better. So it's a success by any measure, but with their frustrations, there absolutely were, and we knew there would be with a system that's been languishing with neglect on the data for over 23 years. And so I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I have let different subcontractors that we work with and builders to know to have some grace, show some patience, and it will be a lot better. There are just a few bugs, and you're working on them.
Yes, ma'am.
I stress that.
Yes, daily.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Just good work.
Thank you very much.
I know it's hard. I know it's been difficult. I've gotten several emails, lots of phone calls. Times are changing.
Yes.
It's the 21st century. We have to get more technology savvy.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate all the staff's hard work and patience, and just keep going forward.
Everyone
Thank you.
appreciates your support. Thank you.
Actually, had
Thank you,
somebody called me, and they were at an airport, and they were actually putting a permit in. Actually, and they were saying thank you for this process. Also, emergency connects, where typically you'd have to come to the county in person to do those things instantaneously. I mean, they're doing this as quickly. Even last night, one was processed. So that change is hard. This is difficult. Like you said, we got to have some patience, but I think it's going to move the county forward.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. So we are now at item I, Advisory Board Announcements, Nomination, Appointments. We have I-1, a Value Adjustment Board Citizen Member. We need to nominate and appoint one citizen member to the Value Adjustment Board.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am?
I'll make a motion to appoint Jill Lyles to the Value Adjustment Board. She sent in an application. It looks like her history looks good for it, and she followed up with an email.
Second.
I have a motion for Jill Lyles for the Value Adjustment Board by Commissioner Finnegan, and a nomination by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment on I-1? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you. J, committee reports.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
we already covered TDC for me earlier today, and in the interest of time, and not keeping our audience waiting for a dinner break too long, I'm going to push my other fairly big update, because it's not that timely for the next meeting, for the medical examiner board.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan?
I just have quick, I met with Career Source, I'm appointed to that board, and we need to be a loud voice, whoever may sit on this board in the years to come, just to bring some of those people to Citrus County. I think the people that we help that are referred to Career Source for job help, the folks in LeCanto are doing an amazing job, but being a business that once was more engaged in trying to get interns and some of their help, I realized I thought that was non-existent. I found that there's still help for businesses to get employees and some training dollars from Career Source, but the 7 employees that Career Source has dedicated to that program all are based in Ocala. So I have made a very strong effort to get at least a couple of those people doing more work and housed at their office in LeCanto. So I would like to see Career Source, as far as their relationships with business, expanding in Citrus County. Thank you.
Commissioner Bays, committee reports?
I attended the Tampa Bay Regional Area Planning Council Summit for Resiliency. Frank, our Economic Development Officer, actually was there with me. The topics included lessons from Hurricane Ian, some insurance and community impacts, impacts for transportation, and the coastal ecosystem. And it was a very good conference. We learned a lot out of that. We learned that there's also some grant opportunities available for resiliency in our community. So Frank and I are working on that. And the takeaways were very good. I was surprised.
Anything else?
That's it.
Commissioner Kennard, any committee reports?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I met with CORE 2 weeks ago. It was very good. They have started a 5013C, and they are moving forward with expanding their free advice to businesses and helping. And it was very exciting. I think they're going to be on the agenda for doing a presentation soon. But I was glad to see we have some amazing people on that board and helping new businesses get established in Citrus County and helping businesses that are already established that might need expertise. And they're the volunteers, and they put in a lot of hours, and I really appreciate it. So that's it for me. Next is Commissioner Finnegan. Do you have anything?
No.
And L1, Commissioner Kennard, update on the interlocal agreement with Hernando County.
Well, I think that given the discussion that's already gone on, I don't know how much we need to get into this. Denise, is there anything else that you feel like you need to share with the board on this? I mean, I was just looking for an update. Are we moving forward? We got an update from Bill Grant there.
I have nothing really to add. We're making good progress. Everyone is very engaged and very motivated. So hopefully we're going to have a document that everybody's going to be proud of.
Great.
Thank you. L2, Commissioner Kennard.
What's that?
Never mind.
Oh.
L2.
You want to present L2?
No, no. I thought we were missing something else.
Okay, just a little, I'll try and go through this very quickly. A little bit of history with this one. several years ago, I asked the board at that time about going to the TDC to request $400,000 to help fund a portion of the trail connecting Three Sisters Springs Trail to the trailhead at 486 and 44. The board agreed with that. We went to the TDC with it. TDC approved the $400,000, and we had decided at that time that any additional funds that would be needed to complete the segment from Three Sisters Springs to LeGrone Park, that the board would find that in whether it was park impact fees or from the Duke special funds or special projects funds. So we were set to make this happen. At the next, I shouldn't say the next, at another TDC meeting further down the road, Commissioner Kitchen expressed some concerns about whether or not the trail would be built, and if it wouldn't be built, then TDC could be, that the county would have to return the money back to the TDC. Ultimately, we felt like there would be support in the legislature if we move this money to a Fort Island Trail multi-purpose path, that we would be able to get funding to build a much larger path out to the beach. As history has shown, we got I think it was about $9 million from the legislature, and then the governor vetoed it last year. So what I'm asking is that if the board would approve moving that money, naturally I think it would probably have to go back to the TDC to approve that $400,000 again. But this is for getting from Three Sisters Springs over to LeGrone Park. DOT has recognized that we desire this connection to 486. The second segment of it from LeGrone Park to 486 is about a $6 million project. And DOT, back when this surfaced, said, you build your part first. Get it to LeGrone Park, and then it will rise up on our priority list. So that was the effort behind it. I would like to see us, given that I'm not giving up on the Fort Island Trail path. I'm going to go for that a little bit different approach to it, but I would like to see us get this connection made to LeGrone Park. Then we can start pushing DOT, get LeGrone Park connected to 486.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Finnegan, Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner Kennard, I love what you're doing in your district. I just have to clear up because I thought because Three Sisters Springs Trail wasn't getting accomplished and the $1 million that was for that, I thought that was the $1 million that we were going to add to the Homosassa multi-use path. And I know it just got lobbied for 7.3 because we supposedly had $1 million, so to make it the 8.3. So I'm curious, I asked Erin about that and she was told, I don't know how the $1 million might have been TDC money, but I don't think that's right. So I'm worried that this is the $1 million and it's likely that we wouldn't get all of our money, but it's in both budgets to get 2.3 million right now. And I think if we could get that money and spend that money, that makes us look a little bit better. And if we had that $1 million to ask to finish the project.
This isn't, I don't feel like this would be at the expense of the Halls River Road Trail. Like we can find those additional funds. This is simply moving this money back to where it was originally allocated to, trying to get the Crystal River Trail connected to the rest of the trail network. Once this segment is built, we're done with that. Then it's on DOT's plate to do the $6 million. But I do think that provided it survives the governor's veto pen, I do think that Halls River Road path is a priority, and that we can find the funds for that. Again, going back to park impact fees, there are district restricted park impact fees that exist in your district prior to us going to a county-wide park impact fee. So those have to be spent there. Those are funds that can be spent there. We can again go back to the TDC and look for monies there. This isn't something, either one of these projects are going to be built in the next 6 months or even in the next year. But as they move along, I think that we can not only fund this one, and listen, my hope is that originally this segment from Three Sister Springs to LeGrone Park was estimated to be about $600,000. So I do think that moving that roughly $1 million or earmarking it to cover that segment, hopefully costs have not gone up that significantly. But I do think that once we can get it there, again, that puts the onus on DOT to get that second segment funded. Which it's a connection piece then. It's not a new trail, and they like funding those connection pieces rather than a brand new trail, which is part of the headwinds that we face with the Fort Island Trail project.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
I just have a point of clarification. Probably Ms. Lynn, possibly Mr. Howard. Does this go back to origination with TDC, or do we just go forward with this board?
I'm sorry, at this point, I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, I don't know the past on this actually, so I don't.
Well,
I mean,
if something originated, if we funded something through TDC board action, then this board blessed it, and now we're trying to move that pot of money to a different project. Does it have to go back to the originating board, even though we are the final authority board?
I'm gonna have to look.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I
I
don't know the answer
can't.
there.
I can't answer that right here.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I was just asking.
Okay. Well, you want to just table it until we can get an answer on that?
I would, yes.
Again, it's not time sensitive. It's something that, as the legislature finished up their budget, it became very obvious that there wasn't going to be funding for Fort Island Trail. We didn't go back and ask for it again. It got vetoed last year. I just thought that it was time to start moving and try and get this piece of it done.
Well, you make a very good argument, and I'm with Commissioner Finnegan as well, that we need to make sure we get Halls River Road funded as well. So
Agree.
That's why I just want to find out what the protocols are and then do something about it.
Agree. I think we can get there on both of them, honestly. All right, so we'll table that until we get an answer on, how that needs to happen, if it needs to go back to the TDC first and then to us. The last item is.
Do I need a
pay-
motion to table this, or are you just gonna pull it?
I think we
You didn't
just,
even make a motion, did you?
no.
I'm asking if I need a motion to table it.
Okay.
You'll just bring it back next time.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. I just want to make sure. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Pave right, I'm not gonna spend, much time on this. I think we're all familiar with the history here at this point. I would like to see them, back on the, list of folks on the list of folks that could bid on county projects. So I brought this forward, very clean, very simple, to either, vote to continue the status quo, or my hope is that we can reinstate them as a contractor that the county does business with, effective immediately. So I'll make the motion that we reinstate Pave Right as a contractor that can bid on county projects moving forward, effective today.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard, a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on continuing this to reinstate the contractor moving forward? That's your motion?
Yes.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any further board comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Passes 5-0. Okay, Rebecca Bays, Commissioner Bays, do you have anything? Commissioner Davis, you have N1.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to ask Mr. Landon to come up and just give us a quick rundown and make it quick so we can get a dinner break.
She's telling you to make it quick. Just want you to know
What are you
that.
talking about? Talk to Commissioner Kennard. He had all the words today.
Since the last meeting, I took the very literal interpretation that the direction, very literal interpretation of the direction that the board gave. So since the last meeting, no permits have gone out of any kind. Those that have begun will have continued, and that's inspection COs, but nothing new has gone out the door. There's an upcoming special master hearing in June that I believe a handful of cases for land clearing are going to, unless they're somehow resolved between now and then. And then the special master will hear those, and you could potentially have a daily fine while they're out of compliance. So that's the update. We continue to go out there weekly, and if not daily, to check for silt fence, trash, and land clearing.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Commissioner, I have nothing.
Ma'am.
Oh, yes,
I
ma'am.
apologize. I just wanted to let you all know that I've had several conversations with Neighbors Giblin. I did receive their retainer agreement yesterday. I will be signing that tomorrow and bringing it to you for ratification, but working with them on getting a schedule together for their opinions.
Thank you. Any further comments, board? I have nothing. O, and P is County Attorney Denise Lynn. Do you
I have
any?
nothing.
Thank you. At this time, the agenda, it's open to the public. If you have anything to speak of, please step forward and give you 3 minutes, fill out a green card, and state your name and where you're from. Yeah, if you're here for the 501, you'll have plenty of time. This is just to finish up our regular business.
Do I fill this out now or
You can, yeah.
just later?
Yeah, just make sure you fill it out and give it to
I
her.
will.
Thank you.
My name's Sharon Hill. I live at 38 Lupine Street, Homosassa, Sugar Mill Woods, Oak Village. I have a couple of questions for the board.
Is this about the 501?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
There.
That's later.
Okay.
You know, now that the Suncoast Parkway has been extended, and it's going to be extended more in 98, I live close to 98 and 19. I was wondering, or even on 19, has the board ever considered bringing in any restaurants, not fast food, restaurants, you know, like breakfast, lunch, dinner, Cracker Barrel, Bob Evans, IHOP, anything like that, rather than Wendy's, Taco Bell, all those fast foods. Because a lot of the other ones that you are the seafood restaurants over on Homosassa Trail and some of them. But I was wondering if the board would ever consider, especially where the interchanges are like 98 and Suncoast and them, all that wooded area there on there, is there any possibility of getting any restaurants? You would think with that Suncoast Parkway being there, that would be a great draw for that, rather than fast foods or gas stations or car washes or anything like that.
Thank you. Said
You
it.
know,
You said it.
something where a family can go and
Yeah.
have breakfast or lunch or dinner, you know, rather than a bar or a high-class place that's expensive like Crump's and Margaritaville and some of those.
Thank you. Sharon, I'm going to say this. We don't normally do this. We wait until everybody's asked their questions. That is not our job as a board. That is the private sector. We're here to do the budget and policy. So any of that is the private sector. So as
Meaning
much as I would like to have Lay's Pizza come out here, that is not my job. That's
Okay,
not our job.
Who's the job?
The private sector, the landowners.
The
would-
landowners
yeah,
in the private sector,
yeah.
okay.
Developers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
As
now
much
the
as
se-
I would love to be in control of that, I am not. So,
Okay. And the
thank
second
you.
thing is, on 98, all the bike paths on 19 are being put in now, which is wonderful, great, and everything for safety. On 98, is there any plans for the state or the board here that can ask the state to put in a bike path down 98 going to 19 so we don't have to ride our bikes on 98 or on 480 to get there, because I already got one citation warning for riding my bike on going the wrong way because I didn't trust the people with all the phones to not see me and hit me on the road. And I was even off the road. But is there any plans with the board? Could they please contact the state and see if there's a bike path can be put down 98 to 19?
Thank you. And we'll answer your questions. Is that your last question?
Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Sharon, and thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment? So seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment of this portion. Would anybody like to address the bike trail at 98?
I probably should.
Yeah.
Since
Commissioner
it's my
Finnegan.
district, just to answer both of your questions, like Commissioner Schleybaugh said, I'm bringing certain restaurants. The interchanges would be zoned correctly. So, as commissioners, and the county has done its job, so they could come. It's just, we can't just make them come. So that would have to be the private sector doing that. And as far as the bike path, we probably wouldn't take any general fund money right now. We're really catching up on roads. We want to make your roads better. But if there is funding that could only be specifically for bike paths coming down either from the state or the federal government in a form of a grant, trust me, I'll be all over it.
Thank you. Okay. So we have upcoming meetings are May 23rd, 2023 at 1 p.m. right here in this building. We have a regular meeting scheduled June 6, 2023 at 1 p.m. right here, room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida. And then we have a regular meeting June 20th, 2023 at 1 p.m. right here again in this building. The upcoming workshops and special meetings, we have a workshop scheduled for the Crystal River and Inverness airports Tuesday, June 6, 2023 at 9 a.m. I might not be able to make that, which would break my heart. So hopefully y'all will represent how hard I'm for the Inverness airport. Of all airports, actually. Strategic planning retreat, Wednesday, July 19th, 2023 at 9.
August 16th or whenever.
15th,
that was.
which will-
15th, August 15th.
Strategic planning retreat is August 15th at 10 a.m. It's going to be announced later where it will be held, August 15th. And then we have a preliminary budget hearing Wednesday, July 26, 2023 at 9 a.m. right here in this building. Then the governing body of the Special Library District, 8:30 a.m. here. Fire Protection Special District, 8:45 a.m. here. And then a BOCC at 9 a.m. Then we have a tentative budget hearing Thursday, September 7th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. again in this building, in this room. And the final budget hearing is Tuesday, September 26th, 2023 at 5:01 p.m. right here in this building. We have a public hearing today at 5:01, so I'm going to recess until that time.
30, I think, don't we get a 30-minute break for dinner? You promised.
Should we take a 30-minute break and be here at 5:15?
It can't be heard anytime before 5:01.
Okay, so we will be back, and we're going to take a recess till 5:15.
Thank you.
Be back at 5:15. Thank you. Round 2. I'm waiting on 2 commissioners.
There they are.
By the way, we're wearing our pins that say save our community from rentals.
There we go. Okay, next speaker. Are you going upstairs? Hello, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
I did not plan on speaking. I have nothing prepared.
That's okay. Just give us your name.
My name is Nancy Harris, live at 10 Begonias Court, in the house that the previous speaker vacated to live next door in her parents' old house. And she stole I was going to definitely mention that our house is only 1,600, so there are smaller homes. I know of at least two, but anyway, that's beside the point, I guess. I guess I'm standing up here because I personally use that circle so much, riding my recumbent bicycle, and I will be affected horribly if this goes through. Plus, I happen to be a nature lover, and I hate the thought of that whole area just being leveled, except for 25 feet. Big whoop. Like I said, I have nothing prepared. I'm not a public speaker. The more I heard tonight, I thought I was passionate about it to begin with, but the more I hear and the more I hear, it just made me want to get up here and speak, which I had no intention of doing. So I hope you will take the residents into consideration with your decision. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Robbins, and I live at 132 Corkwood Boulevard in Homosassa. I also did not come here intending to speak, but when I was listening to Dr. Wilbur and Mr. Ponticos, I was taking notes, and there's only two things I haven't heard somebody else address that I think need to be pointed out. The current multifamily that we have in Sugar Mill is not even anything comparable to what he's proposing. So for him to even bring it up and say it's not unlawful in Sugar Mill, those are privately owned. We can purchase them. I know when I first met my husband, before we were married, he had a villa as a second home, and there was only a certain percentage that was allowed to be rented, and there was restrictions. It couldn't be like Airbnb or anything like that. So they're very limited. It's not just like anything in Sugar Mill is able to be a rental. And also, when Dr. Wilbur was talking about the boulevard, they never did tell us what road, but we're assuming they mean Cypress Boulevard. To say that it will not put traffic on that is totally not true, because those of us that live there is no way, if we're going to Crystal River or Homosassa, that we're going to go all the way down to 98 and take the long way around. So the residents living there are also, now if I go to Inverness and I go to Brooksville, I might go on that road where they're proposing, but they cannot say that it's not going to increase traffic on Cypress, because if anybody works at Seven Rivers Hospital or at any of the schools, they're going to take the shortest way to get to work on time. And if they go out to eat or any other reason, none of us take the long way around, and the residents are not going to just consider that we don't want traffic on our boulevard and go that way either. So it will definitely increase traffic on our boulevard. And I definitely oppose this, and I hope that you consider that these are our homes. This is going to be put right in the middle of our community. And I heard somebody say, would you put it in Black Diamond or Citrus Hills? Would you put it across the street from your own homes? So I hope that you do consider us and vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Doug Thomas. I live at 65 Oak Village Boulevard. Good morning. Now, you laugh. See the difference when I bought Sugar Mill Woods because it's a single family home. I've lived there 5 years, and I find out there's wanting to make it a multifamily home. Shocking to hear that. It's not what we joined up for. It's not what we wanted to do. The idea, I get up every morning, go out and sit on my back deck, look in my pool, listen to the bubbles, blah, blah, blah. And I drink a cup of coffee and listen to the birds chirp, squirrels run, rabbits run. And then I go out in my front yard, and all I hear is front end loaders, bush hogs, backhoes, construction equipment going down Oak Village Boulevard to build individual homes around Sugar Mill Woods. if they're in that one area constructing 250 units for the next 5 to 7 years to build those things, I'm going to hear construction equipment out my back door now, which is not going to be very pleasant for me either way. Yeah, we looked from the East Coast to the West Coast, and we decided here, because I moved from Tennessee where I had 15 acres. I live in a house that has double lots, greenway around me. It's almost like walking outside and looking in the hills of Tennessee until the trucks start coming down the road. But still, my point is that we bought in these single family homes because we want single family homes. And if you don't want single family homes, there's other places you can move to that have multi-unit homes. You go down the road separating Cypress and us, and you go down to the corner where they put the divide, and you can't go down that road without seeing homeless people sitting at the corner, drinking snacks and leaving their trash there. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to imply that they're going to be there doing the same thing, but we opened the door to it. And we bought these places so we can retire, enjoy our lives, be comfortable, and hear the birds chirp, not construction equipment running down the road. And that's it.
Thank you,
and
sir.
the bubbles, too.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I know the difference.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Don Elam. I live at 46 Hollyhock Court. Been there 13 years. Somebody earlier used the phrase heaven on earth, and that's pretty much what it is. I don't want to see this happen. I know it's going to deteriorate the neighborhood and the property values are going to decrease. But one thing that I can speak on from a professional standpoint, I was in law enforcement for 24 years in a second-class city up north that became now a major metropolitan area. And I saw developments like this happen over the years. They're really nice when they first build them. They're real attractive. And you got a certain kind of clientele that move in. And then 3 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, it gets worse and worse and worse. And I guarantee you, if this happens, you're going to see a big surge in crime. It may not happen overnight, but it will happen. And I'm begging you not to do this. Please, deny, deny, deny. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you. I'll make it very brief. My name is Janet Eberly. I live on 19 Begonias Court. Many of my neighbors are here, whom we're very close and we really, really like each other. What I really wanted to say is my husband is a super senior and there's no way on earth that he would ever move into a complex like this. He loves doing yard work. He loves being in our own home. He would never, ever move to an apartment or live next door to somebody who is right on top of us. So I just want our community to stay beautiful, single-family homes. We're super seniors, and there's many of them here and in our neighborhood that can stay in their own homes. They love it here. We love it here. Please, I'm definitely opposed to this. I would ask you to oppose this as well. Let's keep our beautiful community single-family homes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Barbara Horsey, and I live at 11 Cleome Court in Homosassa, Florida, Sugar Mill Woods. We are within 1,500 feet of this planned expansion as crow flies and the noise carries. We live on approximately a third of an acre size lot. Our home is about 2,000 square feet, and we're from Michigan. And we moved here after 3 years of intense searching for a community that met our retirement needs, okay? We chose Oak Village as our retirement place because of the natural beauty, the peaceful surroundings, but most of all, because of the quiet. We were getting away from the noise and everyday commotion of the big city. We love the fact that we see trees, palms, flowering bushes, birds, rabbits, and squirrels every day. We're very concerned that this planned expansion will destroy our plan for our future. We do not need more cars, more people, more wear and tear on our roads, loss of trees, natural animal habitat, and pollution in the world today. This expansion will also mean more water usage, and we can become very aware of how Citrus County feels about water usage. We fear the expansion for expansion's sake will also affect our property values. Transient populations of people most definitely affect that. We fear that the expansion will also add to taxes due to the improved necessary schools and education, additional roads and that. What we do, my partner and I, Alex, we hope that you very consider this expansion very, very carefully, as it affects more than the bottom line of this county. It affects the land, the people, and our future. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. I was like, hi, Donna.
Donna Rummel, Inverness. I do not have a clown in this circus right now, but I'm here in solidarity for the people of Homosassa. I landed in Citrus County by happy accident. It was a culture shock. I adjusted. I embraced nature's coast, its wildlife, and its waterways. I want to know who's going to benefit from all this home expansion and urban sprawl. We will need larger hospitals, more schools. We're going to enjoy increased car insurance rates. I don't know what it's going to do to our homeowners' rates when everybody's house is blown away from a natural disaster. We're going to need more police, we're going to need more medical facilities, and we're going to need more and better roads. There will be more eutrophication in the lakes. There will be more garbage, more traffic, and more accidents. Our peninsula of Florida is only so big, people. Don't treat Citrus County like a fancy high-priced prostitute, and when she is tired and worn out and there's nothing to see, people move on. I want to protect Inverness and Citrus County from a very bad precedent. We may be doing a dirt dance when this happens, but when nature's coast is gone, it's gone. We'll never get her back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Samuel Much, and I'm a professional planner. Have been a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners since 1977, and I have been the planner for Citrus County as the head of the planning division in 1988 through the end of 1989. I think that's correct. I've also done lots of work throughout Florida. I've been a planner, a planning director. I've been a community development director for South Miami, and I've been a town and city attorney, as well as the county attorney for Gilchrist County. I've had a practice in municipal planning and in municipal law, and that includes county laws. I've also done work for private clients, including doing a development of regional impact in Hamilton County. So I've done both for developers and I've done for communities. I'm very concerned about what is being reviewed tonight, because I don't think everything that you need to look at has been submitted by the applicant. Now, have they done everything they're requested to do according to your LDRs? Yes, they have, but that's not enough. Mr. Donovan, who went to Northwestern, said, and very succinctly said, that the information about the roads to be used within this development haven't really been considered. You should have traffic generation figures. You should know what the impact will be on the entire community, but also US 98 and then also out on US 19. And this is the worst thing that can be done for or to an existing development by placing a large amount, and this is not that large, but a traffic generator in the area. People have spoken about what's going to happen to them when they use the circle, and they already have problems with it. They may not be able to use it. The other thing that you've heard, Mr. Ponico says, well, we've got, if I may.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up. You can do it.
Well, Mr. Ponico says, well, we've got 100-foot right-of-way around the area, around the property. That is not, it may not be enough to, quote, 4-lane it. And the 25-foot buffer is not enough to buffer from any type of more traffic that will be generated. So that's an issue.
Thank you.
And you've got a big decision to make, and just wanted to say, you have site plans. The blue on that is eyewash. Those aren't going to be lakes.
Yeah.
Those are going to be, they may be
Sir.
stripped off.
Thank
Well,
you.
excuse me, madam, and I appreciate it.
Everybody got 3 minutes, and
Right, except the other professionals have got 5.
did you ask for 5?
Well,
Okay, just go ahead, finish.
Okay. Okay. This is just eyewash, as are the frontal views of the dwelling units that supposedly will be built in there. You don't have anything in your PUD that requires them to build like this, nor build the structures that they've shown on the lot. The other thing is,
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. You've given us some good points.
thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker. Have you let the overflow room know? Are they lining up? Okay. Hi.
Hi. My name's Barry Stein. My wife and Paige and I live and own a home on Hollyhock Court. We're less than a quarter mile from this monstrosity. I'm disgusted that we have to come here and plead to not have our lifestyle and home values destroyed by the financial gains of Sweetwater Homes. When the property was rezoned in 2005, it was said so it better match the character of the neighborhood. Now it appears character doesn't matter, as Sweetwater Home looks to get a huge payday. Based on the rezoning, hundreds of families did their due diligence and moved here because they didn't want to live in rental community. Now solely for profit, Sweetwater tells them, too bad, we want the money. And Mr. Ponicos hasn't told us what's going to occur whenever these super seniors don't materialize. Who's going to be renting these properties? Mr. Ponicus states he lives in Sugar Mill Woods with the rest of us. He lives 3 miles from this monstrosity. They're talking about 4-lane roads. Who's going to pay for them? Is it going to be the taxpayers of Citrus County? Are we going to have to buy the right-of-ways from Steve Ponicos? So what this all boils down to is the board going to represent the thousands of residents being negatively affected by this rezoning, or are they going to represent the good old boys of Citrus County? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Sir. Sir. Did you fill out a green card? Thank you.
Alfred Mon, 1 Cypress Run, Sugar Mill Woods. Lived out here since 1976. My mom and dad moved us here. My siblings, they all live out there too as well. I live out there. My uncle developed Sugar Mill Woods, Alfred Johns. Used to sit around the table at night and listen to him and my cousins and my father talk about the dream that he had and the vision that he had. All the guys at Sweetwater Homes, I've known them all my life. They've never done anything negative to the county. They've always built very fine homes and condos and things of that nature. I live in a condo in Sugar Mill Woods, 40 years old. It's absolutely beautiful. It's just as nice now as it was 40 years ago. So I don't know about monstrosities. I look at that, looks pretty nice to me. Well-maintained, monthly fees to make it maintained, grass kept up, shrubbery kept up, building and structures kept up. I dare say it'll be nicer than anything around the community. A lot of people mention their greenbelt. Anybody currently living in a single family home out there, their greenbelt will not be touched, diminished, nothing to it. This is just the circle, the village circle that will be developed and the homes will be put in it. Very disappointing the last few months of hearing the rumors and, for lack of a better term, lies that have been spreading about low income this, Section 8, the type of people that are gonna, possibly move in there. It just doesn't make sense, and it doesn't make sense of anything that Sweetwater's ever been a part of. All those guys worked for the original developer too as well. And they've just continued on to do what he did back 50 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Mike Flock, and I live in Sugar Mill Woods. I wasn't going to get up and speak, and I'm not going to go over all the facts and figures because you guys have heard it over and over and over, and I can't repeat it all. But the one thing that I will say is from inside. I was a single father raising my daughters, and I always taught them to stand up and say and do what they felt. And that's what I'm doing right now. Because you see, I have 2 daughters, and right now, between the 2 of them, they've got almost 37 years of military. And so, I'm proud of them for that. And I get up here, and then I hear somebody say, "We're the sheep. They're the wolves. You're the shepherds." Whatever you guys are going to make a decision on, just remember, there's a lot of sheep out here, and we're all asking to be taken care of and not have the wolves come in. So you're the shepherds. Do what's right.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jeff Slutsky. I live at 35 Douglas Street in Homosassa. I just wanted to say that the point to get across is the builder has admitted that none of what he's presented is guaranteed. This is just a change in zoning so that they can go ahead and resell. It has nothing to do with what they're building. It's just a change of zoning. And I think that that's a problem. We shouldn't change it just for the sake of it. If there was some guarantees put aside as part of it, that would be a different story. Just like what home ownership puts some skin in the game. It means there's a reason that you have to maintain your property because you own it. When you're a renter, you don't have to. It's true they want to keep it nice. They want to keep the rent up. But that's a whole nother story. And that is not the real issue. The real issue is that these should be single-family homes. That's how they were zoned, and that's really the intention of the development. They admitted it themselves in 2005. That's what the rest of Sugar Mill is like. And I know, I mean, I'm on an acre, so I know, I appreciate having the space. And we don't need multifamily inside Sugar Mill. It should be around, it's okay. They could put it on the other side of 98, in some of the area that's already zoned for multifamily. That's fine. That's all I want to say. And of course, I'm against it.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Doug, you asked the overflow room? Okay, thank you. So, 8 o'clock, you guys did pretty good. We're going to close the open to the public portion. If there's no other speakers, going once, going twice. Okay, closed. Okay, so where am I? At this time, the applicant will have a chance to answer some of your questions. I just want to remind the applicant that we're not going to rehash the entire case. Try to just answer the questions, if you will. And
Yeah, really. I spoke for 45 minutes when he came in.
for the applicant, there is not a time limit, so answer the questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'd like to do justice to everyone who has come up and shared. And so I think I'd like to go backwards.
Dr. Wilburn,
Yes.
they're having trouble hearing you.
All right. For the record, I'm going to go backwards. I think that would be better. I never desire to represent something that I don't believe in or I'm not sure of. And so I asked for clarification during the 10-minute break. And so I can confidently say, and during staff questioning, I believe this will come up. But there have been several comments made throughout people coming up that this is just a zone change. This has, it's a blanket zone change. And I would like to share for the board and I would encourage you guys to verify that this plan before you is actually binding. It's just like a PUD, the square footages are there, the unit breakdown's there. This is not a blanket land change. This is a land change with this master plan attached to it, and as such has to be followed. So I want to also bring to your attention, many of you guys have probably already seen this. In the staff report on page 3, the engineering division provides an analysis and several paragraphs of discussion about the roadways. And you'll see some of that verbiage. The roadways are and have been determined to be adequate based on what we're proposing, even by our own engineering division, with a few recommendations as well as a few land development things that we'll have to go over and apply for at the time of permitting. So again, this is not a 4-lane road. It is a 2-lane road, and it does not have to be a 4-lane road for what we're proposing. And that has already been checked. That's already been reviewed and discussed, and is not talked about in your staff report because it is not required. I've already mentioned the capacity's already been there from the utilities. There was some concern about that. There was also a discussion about there's nothing like it in Sugar Mill Woods. And in Sugar Mill Woods.
Oh.
And so I would like
Please,
to point out that there are developments within Sugar Mill Woods that have 11.5 units per acre. And this project is proposing just over 5.1 units per acre.
Ma'am, please be respectful.
Well, then tell the truth.
There is a lot of comments about changing and selling. And again, I want to mention that this land development, this application before you is binding, the site plan is binding, and will not be changed, cannot be changed other than what is allowed through administrative approval or another hearing before you guys. Again, for the record, when Mr. Ponico said at the PDC meeting that the townhomes were for seniors, that was kind of like it was taken the wrong way. It was received the wrong way when we started talking about townhomes. The townhomes were never meant, as you heard today in our presentation, to be for seniors. That's always been for working class. That's why there's a unit breakdown. That's why there's split uses on this property for different people, different dynamics. And so the townhomes There may be seniors who want a townhome, but that's not really that design. That's for your working class people, which has already been stated. So I just want to clear that up. We need workforce housing in our county. We constantly hear discussions about that, and this project is a great opportunity to meet a need. Right now in the city of Inverness, I can affirm as of today there is 0 rentals available. That's a problem we have countywide. There are rentals. There are people who need rentals all over. People who are moving here. We have hospital staff. There's all kinds of people who need rentals, and this will meet a need. Not to mention the need for downsizing and things like that of current residents. Another thing I want to mention, and this has come up many times, rentals should not be synonymous with bad people. There's a lot of good people that need to rent. There's a lot of good people that have to rent. And so I would like to clear the air and help move a discussion in a positive way that rentals are not always for bad people. Rentals meet a need, and there's a lot of good people that rent. There's been a discussion about if you rent, why not just buy? There's a lot of people, especially in your millennial generation, statistics will tell you they spend over 30% more than they make. There's a lot of people who don't have money to put down on a house. There's a lot of people who don't have the finances and the ability to do that. And so their only option is renting, and this provides and meets that need. I want to talk about the boulevard and it being 100-foot right-of-way. It is a 100-foot right-of-way. I already mentioned staff engineering division has reviewed this. It can remain a 2-lane road. But I want to talk about that 100 feet, because when you add that 100 feet to the 25-foot natural buffer that we're retaining on site, that's 125 feet. When you consider the standard LDC setback off of a property line, that's 25 more feet, which is 150 feet. And then if you look at our master plan, we are over 30 feet from the buffer with any unit. And so that's over 180 feet minimum between this development and anybody's front door. Not to mention you have to go through a 20-foot thick natural, or sorry, 25-foot thick natural vegetative buffer. So for comparison and for a visual sake, that's a long distance. It's not right next door or right adjacent. It's a length away. Because of that 25-foot buffer, and Ms. Coutu made mention of this, there's no buffer requirement. Somebody said we were doing that because we were just trying to meet a requirement. It's no requirement. We're doing it because we believe in it. We do it because it fits in with the nature of the surrounding area. And the conservation areas that are already there and the green space that are already there that people so love and enjoy. So because that buffer is there, it's going to reduce and restrict a lot of noise. It's going to reduce and restrict a lot of vehicle noise, obstruction, seeing things. And so I want you guys to keep that in mind. You have over 180 feet plus you're looking through this 25-foot. The ponds are currently designed, all of them are very in-depth, but they vary in depth between 2 and 4 feet. And as already mentioned, visually they're blue. We do that on every single application, whether it's a dry pond or not, just so you guys have a visual. And so as Mr. Ponacosa stated, there's options for other amenities in these dry ponds, dog walking, things like that. And so it's another feature, it's another benefit, but in no way, shape, or form have we ever stated that they would be wet ponds. There's been some discussion about some professional overlook and responsibilities and who's looking at what. And this application before you is strictly for the land use and for this master plan. If approved, there would be professionals along every step of the way to review, to design, and then you guys as county staff have professionals that would review and make sure that it's in compliance not only with the state regulations, but also with the county land development code. There was a statement made that this site is in a flood zone. Or perhaps even in a protected area due to flooding, and it is not in a flood zone. Just wanted to point that out. The renderings that you guys have before you are renderings that were produced in-house. They're not a copycat. They're not a design that somebody else did. What was submitted at the PDC hearing was submitted originally with the application, and that was prior to us having the ability and the time to create our own renderings. And when we submitted those in an email, we carefully crafted that it would be similar to these. Even in a presentation at the PDC level, we made it clear that it would be similar to the architectural that is here. And so we knew we had some time. We knew we had some time between that and here, and we were able to get those renderings done. And so the renderings that you see for all of the units in your backup material are the actual renderings that we have performed in-house and plan to implement. And in my opinion, and staff can, Ms. Katu can make mention of this or deny this, is somewhat binding because that's part of this application. And we have to meet the LDC with those architectural renderings. There's been some discussion about neighborhood compatibility. And again, when you look at Sugar Mill Woods, there are other units, there are other developments that have a higher density than what we are proposing. I like this one. The PDC board and the BOCC board, I understand, are completely independent of each other. And as Ms. Katu mentioned in her presentation, the PDC board did vote to approve. But I believe this board, as well as the PDC board, do have integrity and desire to look at the facts, have not made up their minds prior to, and I trust this process. The covenants. There's several people who have made mention of the covenants. Yes, this property has always been outside of the Sugar Mill Woods covenants. Never been a part of it from its inception. And so that's actually not necessarily a bad thing, because with this development and with all of these leases, that I'm not an attorney, but those leases are binding as well. And those leases don't have to have a board or a review committee to look at something. That can go straight from landlord to individual and correct an issue. In my opinion, they possibly have more teeth. So yes, it's outside of the HOA, but it will be protected, and this development will be protected for the sake of the ownership, for the sake of the community, by those leases, and those leases will be subject to criteria that everybody inside will have to comply with. Historically, the underlying land use of this project, and I believe staff will make mention of this, is and was this medium density residential. And as Mr. Ponticus has stated, that has changed over time, but the change has been a result of the changing dynamics in the area. It's never, if you follow the history, it's always been a trajectory towards what we need. And what we need and the economy never aligned until here we are right now, where we have this perfect storm where the economy and the need is verging together, and we have an opportunity to meet a need. We have our opportunity to do this development. Last thing. During our presentation to the PDC board, we at no time ever intentionally or purposely or accidentally duped anybody in our presentation of who would own these. That comment was made. We sat down with Joanna and several other staff members very early on. This was always going to be an individually owned project. We've discussed with staff at length, whether through email or on the phone and in person, about the roadways and how they would be privately owned because it wouldn't be platted, because it would be all one ownership. At no point in time did we pull any blankets over anybody's eyes or anything with the PDC. It just became known to one person has a question and an answer to a question. It was nothing hidden. It was always the plan. It was always presented this way, and that's why you have it before you, not as a plat. That's why it was presented this way. So that's never changed. We have not changed anything in our presentation between then and now, except for being able to produce the renderings for you that were in-house completed. The story's never changed. The story's been consistent, and we believe in the project and hope that the commission will look favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to do something a little different, and just by a show of hands in this room, I can't see the overflow room, obviously, but if this plan was presented and it was for ownership, not rentals, would you still be against it? So if you're against it, okay. I was just curious. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to close all further testimony and evidence and this commission and the commission alone, we're gonna discuss amongst ourselves the issues and take action. Board,
I'd
who
like to
would,
go.
who would
It's
like
my
to start? I
district.
was
Yeah.
hoping, thank you so much.
It's my district, so I'm the commissioner for the district, or as a couple of you have alerted me, I'm the shepherd for the district. I do want to thank Dr. Wilburn. I've known him for years. I do believe he would never try to dupe anyone. He is a smart, patient, and intelligent man, and I appreciate the presentation you gave, Dr. Wilburn. I heard from both sides there might be misinformation, so I really appreciate all the information that you gave. Sometimes these land development changes are difficult. This one for me actually is not difficult at all. Because it's my district, any way that you drive into that circle, my only confusion is how anyone sees this as being compatible. I don't see it. When you drive in, it's neighborhood streets, single family homes. If you come out the other side, the same. It takes a while to get to a main road. So, excuse me, I've got a tickle in my throat too. So that would be my first issue. Some other issues I have, and I'm glad that it was pointed out, because when I look at this beautiful rendering, my fear is it doesn't have to have the gates. I do think they're dry DRAs. I don't know that people are going to want to walk their dogs in the dry DRAs. And I have no doubt that Mr. Panicos builds a beautiful home. I think he's built many beautiful homes in Sugar Mill, and private people buy them, and they're deed restricted, and they stay beautiful. My problem with this, looking forward, is that Mr. Panicos would build a beautiful area, no doubt. And it would probably stay nice for a while, although I do not think it's compatible whatsoever for Sugar Mill Woods. The housing market changes. We are not going to have rentals tomorrow in Citrus County. We're not. But we have approved some things. It's happening. All the housing going behind Target in your district. I think there's a lot going on in your district. There's stuff in Crystal River, Rock Crusher. There is development happening. My concern is when you throw all these rentals in the middle of a community, the market will change and there will no longer be a need for rentals. And no one owns these but one person. It will sell and it will sell and it will sell. And eventually, there won't be gates. It will be unkept. Those are my fears. My other thing I want to caution this entire board, government has no place interrupting the lives of these planned neighborhoods. We just don't. Even if we need housing, if we need rentals, we cannot start doing land changes slap in the middle of these defined neighborhoods. I just think it sets a bad precedent in government. I looked in the backup material. In 2005, it was basically single family, but there was more density. But in 2005, so we're talking very close to 20 years ago, that only 1.4 dwelling units per acre, and now it'll be 5.1. I believe in people that move here need to do their homework. You can't complain if you buy a lot next to commercial property and then commercial development happens. You can't, even if it's 15 years later, you can't complain about that. But for almost the last 20 years, they did their homework and they put all their money into a home. And then I don't think government has a right to come in and change that for these people. They did their due diligence. They say this is the type of community that we want to live in. And I don't think that anywhere, not just my district, any district, I don't think that we go into the communities. I know the board, last board, voted for into Meadowcrest, and if we set a precedent that we
I didn't.
Well, if we set, I don't want to say who did or who didn't, it just wasn't this board. But if we start setting a precedent for Citrus County, and we're talking about people looking at our county and it being attractive and smart growth, what are we saying to people if government does this, if we set a precedent doing this? Move to Citrus County, go to a community that you like, but there's any vacant property, we could change that on you at any time. I feel like it's dangerous for us to go down this road. I feel like we're not going to have the rentals tomorrow, but they're coming. And the housing market is going to change. I realize we need more. It's happening. Maybe it's just not happening fast enough. But going into these neighborhoods, I'm completely against it for this and for the future. So I'm asking you not to put this in my district. And in the future, I'm not going to disrupt or vote to disrupt yours, I would hope. Thank you.
Thank you. The last chairman would have never let that happen. I'm like, dear, I'm trying.
You want me to go?
Commissioner Kennard, please help me.
Well, we have spent an awful lot of time over the last couple of years up here talking about how we need workforce housing, how we need multifamily housing, and nearly every time that it comes up, it gets voted down. So we're doing a lot of talking about it and not taking a whole lot of action on facilitating that. When I believe the last proposal came before us, last one that we had a room full of folks, was the Meadowcrest piece. I supported that. I was one of 3 votes. I think it was a 3-2 vote that supported that. That piece of property was right on Highway 44, easy access to a road that could handle it, and I felt comfortable supporting that, even though it wasn't my district. It was a down zoning from, I believe that was commercial at the time. Commissioner Finnegan, I wish you would not have gotten recognized first because you stole my thunder on this one. This is, I believe that the PDC got this dead wrong. We need multifamily housing. We need affordable housing. There's no doubt in my mind that Dr. Wilburn is absolutely a stand-up guy. I've got all respect in the world for him, but I will not be supporting this.
Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Bays?
Sure.
Commissioner Davis.
I'm going to start off by saying that I pretty much virtually 100% agree with both of my colleagues that have just spoken. So now that I've made you happy that I'm not going to vote for it, you're going to have to get a little Davis speech, okay? I'm sorry, but you've put me through this.
No,
okay?
no. It's 8:19.
I'm going to be quick. You always talk about this. I was one of the 3 votes that voted for the Meadowcrest, and it was because it was on 44. Commissioner Kennard is 100% correct. We need workforce housing desperately. We need economic development desperately. For every dollar you pay in taxes, we spend $1.50 to serve you. This is a heavily residential and senior community. The only way we are able to balance a budget is that businesses cost us 70 cents for every dollar they pay. Farms cost 30 cents for every dollar they pay. So we need businesses and we need workforce housing, okay? So what I do want to say is that I'm really sorry that some of you, I very much appreciate those that came up here and were polite through your passion, shall we say, okay? Those of you who cast aspersions that we had our minds made up before we came in here, I feel sorry for you. I really do. That you are that jaded about government. Because you know what? You have every opportunity in the world to get to know your commissioners. It's a little harder to meet the people and know the people that serve us in Tallahassee. It's almost impossible to get to know the ones that serve us in DC. But you have every opportunity to know my heart. And every heart up here. And And literally, let me finish, literally 2 people who came up here other than the applicants I recognized. Why is that? I've been on the speaking circuit for well over a year. I have led the first ever strategic plan for this county. It is true. The consultant who facilitated that said it is the first time he has ever seen one that was citizen-led. Guess who made it that way? We did. Okay? So you have a good commission, and you guys need to pick up the phone and call our assistant and get me on your speaking roster. Get any of us on your speaking roster. Because you know what? You got better things to do to come hang out with us in the meeting room. We know that. Let us come out and speak individually and tell you what's going on in the county and answer your questions and answer your fears. Because you need to see the other side of this. We've got to pull this country together, and the anger and the vitriol, please stop. Okay? Just for me, please.
Commissioner Bays?
Can see this was going down in flames, but I do hope that you will take the time to be to educate yourself a little bit. There's a lot of preemptions that come down from the state government, and one of those is going to be the Live Local Act. And what I do like about this project is that it is a private enterprise. It is not what we're hearing in the marketplace today as affordable housing. We talk about affordable housing, but if you understand what's going on, we have people that are applying for these tax credits. We're required by law in some of these new laws now that they can go in and put these kind of in a lot of places that we may not want them to, but if that's the zoning, they can do it. And what happens with those is those are assessed on the tax values on an income basis. So if those are levied at below market, and I'll give you a great example, the colonnades that was built in Inverness behind the racetrack. I don't know what the exact dollar value was, but I'm going to guess it was probably in the $15 to $20 million range that it cost. It's assessed at $3 million. I am a Republican. I believe in free enterprise and letting private market do its job. That's what I do like about what the Ponticos has done. They've taken their dollars, their investment risk to build something. This may not be the time and the place for it, but I hope that the houses that you live in, the investments and the things that they've done in that community, I hope that you do appreciate that they did take their time and their investment dollars. Please be kind to them. I've known them for a number of years. I lived on Bursanima when I first moved to Citrus County. I don't think they're bad people. And I hope that you respect them. That's what I hope, because I hope that all of us that live in Citrus County, we're friends, we're families. We sat on the church pews next to each other. Be kind. That's what's missing in our world today. Every day we pick up the paper and we read about things that are going on. And I think what is lacking in our world today is respect. So if you do nothing else, please respect those people.
We haven't voted yet. We haven't voted yet. So I want to say this. First of all, thank you for coming today and tonight. Some of you are a little difficult. I'm going to say this. I am a native Floridian. I'm an Irish woman. I'm not a nice person, but I am a polite person. And some of you were quite disrespectful to me. And, you know, saying that I had my mind made up or purposely clapping in my face and that's just not nice. It's not nice. And I would never be rude to somebody like that. But I do want to tell you, to say that we as a board already made up our mind, or you're going to recall us, or you're not going to vote for us, I'm okay with that because I'm always going to follow the law. I didn't take this job because it's not the greatest job, let me tell you. I took this job because I felt I had to serve. It was something that was laid on me. And so when I see people like you come here and passionate and really, really care about it, about your neighborhood and your neighbors, it makes me feel good. But coming in here, I read every email. I'm a rule follower, so I didn't respond to anyone because it's quasi-judicial. And we're not to do that. I didn't talk to the developers. I don't talk to the neighbors. So that's why you didn't hear from me, because it is quasi-judicial. That being said, I appreciate what Commissioner Finnegan said. This is her district. I respect that. I also respect Mr. Ponticos, his partners. I really respect Dr. Wilburn. He's a good man. He's a Christian man, and he doesn't put his name on anything that would cheat somebody out of something. This was not affordable housing. I did take umbrage to saying things about the neighbors and them being loud and renting and the renters being loud. My daughters have rented for 3 years, and they're leaving their place better than it was when they got there. Not to say renters are, low rent that isn't right. That isn't always the issue. What I did have a problem with is Steve isn't going to live forever, and it's one owner. And Commissioner Finnegan made very good points about that. That it could be over and over and over. And then that was a little issue I had. But when I came into this, read all the material, I waited to hear both sides of this. So I just we're going to take a vote, but since you're curious, and I do think that we need workforce housing more than we really need it. There are teachers that can't find a place. They have student loans, they need a house to live in, but this rental character right here for this I just don't find it consistent, and I'm hoping that I think that there are some areas that it could work, but I am not going to support this project, and I didn't know that I wasn't going to support this project when I sat down here. So like Commissioner Bays said, we're neighbors. I know you. A lot of you are our clients, my husband's clients. I don't do anything that would benefit me personally. And I know that Steve Ponticos is in business. He has his partners. They have done tremendous. They've done tremendous for you all. All the great things that you talked about. That company laid that neighborhood out. So again, just think about that. I appreciate you coming. I appreciated the experts, but I heard you, and thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Unless my colleague at the opposite end of the dais wants to make a motion, I'm prepared to. Motion to deny.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will make a motion to deny application AA 2207.
Based on competent,
Based
substantial evidence.
based on competent and substantial evidence. I don't know that works for a denial, but okay.
I'll second.
Yeah, it does.
And I think your comments were that you believed it was
Not compatible.
Not compatible.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan.
Second. Or did Kennard already do it?
Yeah.
Never mind. It's been a very long
Second by
day.
Commissioner Kennard.
I must be on your battier side.
Yes.
Huh? What'd you
Yes.
say?
Madam Chair, can we just ask the clerk to read back how she's recorded that?
Motion to deny application 8A2207 based on confident and substantial evidence due to it being not compatible.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. At this time, I can open it up to the, no?
No, ma'am.
Oh, praise the Lord. Let's all go get pizza. So at this time, I would like to take a roll call vote, please. Amy?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Nay.
Commissioner Kennard?
Aye.
What, wait a minute.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, yay. Because we voted to
she's-
deny.
she's
Thank you. I am. I vote to deny, so
Okay,
that'd be-
rewind.
Yay.
Kennard?
Yes.
Davis?
Yay.
Bass?
Yes.
Other Davis?
Slayball, yes. Thank you, and it's my pleasure to adjourn this meeting.